Chapter 358. Chapter 358. Ninetail Ancestral Land 1. Chapter 358. Ninetail Ancestral Land 1. Ninetail Tribe. After Xiao Changtian brought the ninth elder and the others to the vegetable field, he took the lead and started to work in the field. Walking to a field, Xiao Changtian started to fiddle with the hoe in his hand. Ninth elder, you have to do this. First you have to turn over the soil. Xiao Changtian followed the method taught by the system and demonstrated it to the ninth elder and the others. The ninth elder and the others were also mesmerized by the scene. In their eyes, Xiao Changtian's every move was natural. In Tian's eyes, every time Xiao Changtian used his hoe, there would be a trace of the Tao. Everyone understood that Xiao Changtian was preaching to them. The nine-tailed fox races took out a small notebook and recorded Xiao Changtian's words. Although they didn't understand what Xiao Changtian meant. But who cares what it is, just remember it. Looking at the ninth elder's appearance, these were definitely the great principles of cultivation. After Xiao Changtian's demonstration, the ground became sparkling and translucent. Even the spirit herbs that were originally planted on it became a little taller. The spiritual energy on the entire vegetable field became even denser. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, Patriarch 9 looked at Xiao Changtian as if he was looking at a god. If he hadn't seen Xiao Changtian's methods with his own eyes today, he would definitely think that it was a fantasy. This was the first time he had seen someone use a hoe to change the quality of a piece of land, and even spiritual herbs. Xiao Changtian's voice was heard. Ninth elder, do as I say. Xiao Changtian placed the hoe in his hand on the ground and looked at the ninth elder. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Elder Jiu also woke up from his shock. Then, he led the nine-tailed fox race, used to hoe the ground according to the method Xiao Changtian had taught them. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw the ninth elder and the others. Meanwhile, on the other side, Monkey and Black Tortoise were fighting in midair. The fat Rongrong hugged her head, shivering, not daring to speak. In the air, Monkey's body was shining with golden light, while the Black Tortoise was surrounded by countless seawater. The two sides confronted each other like this. At this moment, Monkey's expression changed. Then he said to Black Tortoise, "Old Turtle, I won't play with you today. I have a mission for my master to complete." After saying that, Monkey turned into a stream of light and flew down without waiting for Black Tortoise's reaction. After fighting with Monkey, the anger in Black Tortoise's heart eased a lot. Looking at the monkey flying downwards, he also turned to the fat Rongrong and slowly said, "Fatty, let's go and see if that monkey is afraid of fighting." After the fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words, she also immediately walked over. After the Black Tortoise sat on his head, it turned into a stream of light and flew towards Monkey. In the Ninetail tribe, the monkey landed in front of a valley. A pair of monkey eyes emitted a golden light. It was as if his eyes could see through layers of fog and swept across the situation in the valley. Monkey scanned the valley and saw a figure in the middle of the valley. Sensing the aura on his body, Monkey said happily, "Found it." As soon as he finished speaking, Monkey's figure flashed again and disappeared from where he was. After the monkey left, Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong also appeared outside the valley. Sensing the disappearance of Monkey's aura, Black Tortoise gritted its teeth. That monkey went to find Master. It seems that it can't defeat me, and went to find Master for protection. As he spoke, Black Tortoise also flew in the direction where Monkey had left. After Xiao Changtian taught Patriarch 9 and the others how to hoe, he slowly walked back. At this moment, Monkey's figure slowly appeared beside Xiao Changtian's feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey squeaked beside Xiao Changtian, while pointing in the direction of the valley. Xiao Changtian saw Monkey return, and pointed in the direction of his finger. He was delighted and said slowly to Daji and Ninth Elder, "It seems that your father has been found." Hearing that her father had been found, Daji's eyes were filled with joy. All along, Daji had been looking for her father, and today, with Xiao Changtian's help, she finally found him. The ninth elder was also very happy. Daji's father was also the leader of the nine-tailed fox. If they could return, it would be a great blessing for the Ninetail clan, whose vitality had been greatly injured. Before this, they had thought that Daji's father had died. And at this time, the Black Tortoise Fat Rongrong's figure also slowly walked over. Seeing Black Tortoise and the Fat Rongrong, Xiao Changtian was also angry. These two guys had disappeared after he left the cave. Definitely this dirty old ghost took Rongrong to fool around again. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Changtian also walked over to Black Tortoise and the Fat Rongrong and slowly said, "I'll settle the score with you when we get back." Just arriving here, hearing Xiao Changtian's vicious words, Black Tortoise and the Fat Rongrong both shivered. "Boss, will Master lock us up when he returns?" Below Black Tortoise, the Fat Rongrong said worriedly. "Yes, as long as we don't run around, it shouldn't be." Black Tortoise hesitated for a moment before replying. While Black Tortoise and the Fat Rongrong were talking, Monkey also brought Xiao Changtian and Su Daji to the front of the valley. Xiao Changtian was about to lead them into the valley when they arrived. The ninth elder walked in front of him and slowly said to him, "Senior, this is the ancestral land of our clan. Our ancestors have ordered that unless it is a critical moment, our clan is not allowed to enter." When he arrived, the ninth elder was also a little surprised. They had searched everywhere they could, but the ancestral land had the teachings of their ancestors. They would not have thought that the patriarch would run here and enter. In addition, it was the first elder who was in charge at that time, so they did not go in to search. Xiao Changtian was also stunned after hearing the ninth elder's words. Then, he understood that the ancestral land was not allowed to enter. These were the beliefs of their village. It was normal for a village to have some faith. However, he was not from their village. It should be fine if he went in. After all, Daji's father was inside. Daji and the others could not give up their clan leader for their own beliefs. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to the ninth elder, "It's fine. If it's not convenient for you, I can go in on your behalf." After all, it was better to ask for his opinion. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Patriarch 9 hesitated for a moment and didn't respond. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Daji slowly said to Xiao Changtian, "Master, I'll go in with you." Chapter 359. Chapter 359. Flower of Time and Space 1. Chapter 359. Flower of Time and Space 1. 7. In front of the nine-tailed ancestral land. The ninth elder heard that Su Daji was going to enter the ancestral land with Xiao Changtian. She was stunned and said to Su Daji, "Daji, are you sure you want to?" Before the ninth elder finished speaking, he saw Su Daji shake her head at him. "Ninth elder, I know what you're worried about. It's okay. With Master around, there won't be any problems." When the ninth elder heard Su Daji's words, she did not think too much and agreed. Although the ancestors had instructed that the nine-tailed fox clansmen were not allowed to enter the ancestral land unless it was a moment of life and death. Otherwise, there would be a huge disaster. However, they had seen Xiao Changtian's strength before. With Senior's supernatural power, Daji should have no problem following him. Xiao Changtian saw that Patriarch 9 didn't say anything, so he brought Su Daji into the ancestral land. Monkey Black Tortoise, Dtian and the Fat Rongrong followed closely behind. After Xiao Changtian and the rest entered, the ninth elder said to the nine-tailed fox youth, "You guys stay here and wait for us to bring the clan leader out." After saying that, the ninth elder hurriedly followed. Upon entering the ancestral land of the nine-tailed fox clan, an extremely ancient aura greeted them. The valley was silent. There was no sound at all. The Demon Empress and the Ice Empress followed behind the crowd. They looked at the mountains on both sides with vigilance in their eyes. This valley was unusual. It was quiet, too quiet. "Daji, how much do you know about your clan's ancestral land?" Along the way, Dtian also felt that this valley was unusual. "I know very little about the ancestral land. It has existed since I can remember. I only remember one time during the clan's sacrificial ceremony, Father and the Great Elder said that the gods had appeared. After that, the ancestral land began to have a ban. You can't enter the ancestral land unless it's absolutely necessary. Sudaji also looked curiously at the cliffs on both sides. It was also her first time in the ancestral land. Exalted goddess. When Ditian heard Sudaji's words, he placed both his hands under his chin and put on a pensive look. Xiao Changtian just nodded and didn't say anything. Worship and gods were all very normal in the tribe. There was nothing strange about it. Along the way, Xiao Changtian and the others arrived at the foot of a mountain under the lead of Monkey. On the way to the mountain peak, there were purple flowers growing on both sides of the road. Seeing the purple flower, the monkey stopped and pointed in the direction of the mountain. Daji, it seems like your father is on the mountain, Xiao Changtian said to Sudaji, and brought Monkey up the mountain. At this moment, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor were shocked when they saw the purple flowers. After arriving at Ditian's side, the Ice Emperor pointed at the violet flower in front of him. She took the lead and spoke to Ditian. Master, this is the flower of time and space. Do you think old May is here? Hearing the Ice Empress mention the old charm, both Ditian and the Demon Empress had a nostalgic look on their faces. May Empress, Ditian mumbled. The time and space flower in front of them was the exclusive symbol of the May Empress. When he was in the Divine Court, the space teleportation formations connecting the Divine Court to the other realms were all controlled by the May Empress. It was because he was the owner of the time and space flower. The space-time flower was one of the treasures in the divine realm that was most sensitive to spatial energy. The May Empress used it to become one of the 10 great generals in the divine court. Looking at the flowers of time and space before them, Ditian and the others felt as though they had found a clue to the May Empress. As for Ditian and the Ice Emperor, while the Demon Emperor was still speculating, Xiao Changtian had already brought Monkey and the others up the mountain. Let's go. We'll know once we follow Senior up. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Senior brought us here. Ditian stared at Xiao Changtian's back as he spoke to the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor beside him. When they reached the peak, the purple flowers on both sides emitted a silver-white light. That's a space blade. The Ice Emperor looked at the light emitted by the flower of time and space on both sides of the mountain and said, the space blade was one of the time and space flower's attacks. The May Empress had killed countless enemies with this move. When the space-time flower emitted a silvery white light, the two of them were stunned. The ninth elder, who was on the mountain road, also turned around and felt a chill, as if he was being stared at. Then, he saw the time and space flowers that were emitting silver-white light on both sides of the mountain. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He could smell death in the silver light. At this moment, Patriarch 9 couldn't help but say to Xiao Changtian, Senior. Yes, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the flowers? Xiao Changtian was walking at the front of the group. When he heard the ninth elder calling him, he also turned his head to look. Seeing the ninth elder pointing at the flowers by the roadside, Xiao Changtian looked over and didn't see any ferocious beasts. Patriarch 9 looked at the flower of time and space again. The silver-white light on it had disappeared, and it looked no different from an ordinary flower. No, I haven't. Patriarch 9 smiled at Xiao Changtian when he saw the flower return to normal. Ninth elder with master around, nothing will happen. Sudaji had also felt the flower of time and space's peculiarity, but Xiao Changtian was fine. When the ninth elder heard Sudaji's words, she looked a little embarrassed and smiled at her. He had not adapted to it yet. Xiao Changtian also glanced at him after hearing that the ninth elder was fine. Then he continued walking forward. This was understandable. After all, it was his ancestral land. It was very common for him to be a little abnormal when he entered. At this moment, the chaos ant on Xiao Changtian's shoulder also lowered its feelers. When the flower of time and space had mutated, it was the chaos ants that had sealed the entire space. The surrounding space-time flowers couldn't control the power of space at all. Ditian, the Ice Emperor, and the Demon Emperor followed behind Xiao Changtian. When they sensed that this space was sealed, they knew that the chaos ants had acted. He quickly gave the chaos ant on Xiao Changtian's shoulder a grateful look. After all, even though they had some understanding of the Mei Empress, the power of space was one of the strangest powers. Even for them, it was very troublesome to deal with. Along the way, almost all the time and space flowers were suppressed by the chaos ants. After walking for a while, they arrived at a cave. Seeing this cave, Xiao Changtian said to Su Daji and the others, "Let's go in and take a look." When a person went missing in the forest, they had to find a place to temporarily live. These caves were their best choice. Perhaps Daji's father was inside. Chapter 360 Chapter 360, Rescue One by One. Chapter 360, Rescue One by One. Ninetail Ancestral Land, within a cave. Xiao Changtian entered the cave, and found that there were even more purple flowers. It seemed that Daji's village loved these purple flowers very much. As for the ninth elder and Dtion, their expressions grew even more vigilant when they saw more and more spacetime flowers. Immediately after, a series of tinkling sounds came from inside the cave. Hearing this voice, everyone was delighted. Could it be his father? Su Daji walked over with excitement. When Xiao Changtian and the others arrived, he saw an old man chasing a butterfly in the cave. And the tinkling sound was made by him hitting the mountain wall. Upon seeing this old man, Dtion, the Ice Emperor and the others exchanged glances. He knew that the old man was trapped in the space formed by the flower of time and space. "It seems like I've been chasing butterflies for more than a day or two. After all, the flower of time and space would confine you in a space at the beginning. As time passed, the fragrance of the flowers would damage one's mental strength and turn one into an idiot." "Third uncle," Daji said excitedly after seeing the voice. The figure in front of him was an elder of nine-tailed fox who had disappeared with his father. "Third bro." When the ninth elder saw this figure, he hurriedly walked over and wanted to talk to him. However, before he could take 2 steps, he felt an invisible wall blocking in front of him. It seemed that third brother was trapped in a space. No wonder he could not find him before. After finding him, it seemed like there was some clue about the whereabouts of the clan leader. Xiao Changtian said excitedly when he saw the ninth elder, then stopped after taking a few steps. Instead, he looked at himself and was a little speechless. Could it be that this old man felt embarrassed to meet an old friend again? He even wanted to go over and help. Xiao Changtian couldn't understand what was going on in this old man's mind. However, since he had helped them, he would be a good person to the end. Then he walked to Patriarch Nine's side. When Xiao Changtian arrived, the antennae of the chaos ant on his shoulder moved. The space wall in front of him automatically dissipated. At this moment, the third elder, who was trapped in the space, also saw the ninth elder and the others. "Ninth brother." Just as he broke free from the space, the third elder said weakly and his body fell back. "Wow!" Xiao Changtian hurriedly walked over to support the third elder when he saw his figure falling backwards. Wasn't this old man chasing butterflies with full energy just now? Why did he fall just like that? Xiao Changtian placed his hand on the old man's wrist and checked it. After that, he sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was fine. It seemed that he had fainted from hunger after staying in this cave for too long. While Xiao Changtian was checking on third elder's injuries, Su Daji and the others were also looking at him nervously. Seeing Xiao Changtian put down his arm, the ninth elder hurriedly asked, "Senior, how is third bro?" The ninth elder was also very nervous now that he had collapsed as soon as he found the person. "It's nothing. I'll be fine after eating something." Xiao Changtian took out a small black pill from his interspatial ring. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian had nothing better to do, so he made the pills according to the method of making the grain pills in his previous life. It was a necessary item to satisfy one's hunger when traveling. After putting the self-made soldier grain pill into third elder's mouth, Xiao Changtian said to Daji and the others, "It's okay. She'll wake up soon." Not long after he spoke, the third elder slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the crowd around him, Elder 3 said weakly, "Princess, it's great that ninth brother can still see you." Seeing that third elder had woken up, ninth elder held her hand and looked at Xiao Changtian. It was this senior who saved you. Third brother, hurry up and tell me what happened back then. Where did the patriarch go? Patriarch? The chief seemed to have gone up the mountain. I don't remember much else. Back then, the priest received instructions from the high god. After discussing with the chief elder, he asked the chief to bring us to the ancestral land. After we came in, we saw those purple flowers and then, The third elder held his head and tried hard to recall. His expression also looked a little painful. Third uncle, don't think about it. You should rest first. Sudaji said to third elder when she saw him. After all, with Xiao Changtian here, it was only a matter of time before his father was found. Then Sudaji also looked at ninth elder. Ninth elder, you stay and take care of third elder. Master, and I will continue to look for father. Elder 9 nodded when she heard Sudaji's words. Then, he slowly said to Xiao Changtian, Senior, I'll have to trouble you to go through with it. At this moment, Patriarch 9 looked at Xiao Changtian with gratitude. In his opinion, Xiao Changtian must have taken out a priceless elixir to save the third elder. Xiao Changtian slowly responded after hearing the ninth elder's words. Yes, he just recovered and needs to rest. Take good care of him. After that, Xiao Changtian brought Sudaji and the rest up the stairs. Along the way, Xiao Changtian and the rest rescued a few elders of the nine-tailed fox clan. After they woke up, according to their memories, the reason why they couldn't get out of the ancestral land was because of those purple flowers. This also made him very curious. Xiao Changtian had also heard that cultivators like to search for elixirs in the deep mountains and forests. Some spirit herbs could even rely on the fragrance of flowers or liquid on their bodies to protect themselves from being picked by immortal cultivators. There must be a reason why Daji's village chose this place as their village. Perhaps those purple flowers were really some kind of spiritual medicine. If he were to bring it back and sell it, wouldn't he be making a profit? With that thought in mind, Xiao Changtian walked over and picked a few purple flowers. Looking at the purple flower in his hand, Xiao Changtian felt the changes in his body. At this moment, a nine-tailed fox elder saw Xiao Changtian picking those purple flowers. She also slowly said to him, Senior, those flowers. What's wrong with these flowers? Xiao Changtian heard the words of the nine-tailed fox elder and turned his head. Seeing that the flowers were useless in Xiao Changtian's hands, the nine-tailed fox elders waved their hands. No, it's nothing. Because they had been trapped by these purple flowers for so long, they felt a little traumatized. Xiao Changtian had saved them, so they wanted to remind him. However, since Xiao Changtian could save them, it meant that he was not afraid of these flowers. Xiao Changtian glanced at the elders and threw the flowers on the ground. He had thought that it was some kind of awesome flower, but he did not expect it to be no different from the flowers and plants in his courtyard. It was not a spirit herb at all. The elders were also dumbfounded when they saw Xiao Changtian throwing those purple flowers around. Didn't we just say nonsense? Senior is really fierce. A nine-tailed fox elder said with some embarrassment. Ha, Daji has such a master. Our nine-tail clan will be happy. A nine-tailed fox elder laughed and said, Daji, your father should be up there. Let's hurry over. I'll have to trouble the demon empress to stay behind and take care of your uncles. Xiao Changtian said to Daji slowly after he realized that the flower of time and space was useless. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Charm Empress 1. Chapter 361, Charm Empress 1. Nine-tail ancestral land on the mountain peak. After the demon empress stayed behind to take care of those nine-tailed fox elders, Xiao Changtian also brought Daji to the top of the mountain. When they arrived at the mountain peak, Monkey was also jumping in front. Then, a cave that was completely covered in purple flowers appeared in front of them. When she saw the cave, Daji was excited and nervous. Was she finally going to see her father again? Daji placed her hand on her chest and said slowly in her heart. Monkey did not walk into the cave like before. Stopping in front of the cave, he cast a deep glance at Tian. Tian, is there someone in there who is on your side? Go and resolve it. It won't be easy if you have a conflict with Master. The monkey stared at Tian behind him as he transmitted his voice to him. When Tian heard the monkey's words, he started as well. After that, he seemed to have confirmed something. Was the May Empress really here? Senior Divine Monkey was a little mischievous in the courtyard and often teased others. However, when it came to matters concerning Tian, he was never vague. It seemed that the May Empress was most likely in the cave. As he thought of this in his heart, Tian also walked to Tian's side and slowly spoke. Senior, let me scout the way. Tian stared at Tian, who volunteered himself. He then looked at Monkey, who didn't enter the cave like before. He nodded. This monkey was usually so mischievous in the courtyard, but now it actually didn't go in. It meant that something in the cave was stopping him. Perhaps it was a ferocious beast or something. Although his weapon was ready, he was a mortal after all. If those ferocious beasts were to launch a sneak attack, he might be able to react in time. However, Tian was still a beginner cultivator. His perception was definitely better than his. It was not a bad idea to let him scout the way. Tian thought so in his heart. Tian also walked to the entrance of the cave. When Tian arrived, those purple flowers also took the initiative to dissipate. Upon seeing this scene, Tian also glanced gratefully at the chaos ant on Tian's shoulder. After the primal chaos, I sensed Tian's gaze. It also moved its feelers toward him. He motioned for him to quickly go in and settle the matter. After that, Tian led the Ice Emperor into the cave. After entering the cave, all the spatial blades flew towards Tian and the Ice Emperor. Master, be careful. The Ice Emperor stared at the incoming spatial blades and pulled Tian back. The space blade flew past them and hit the wall beside them. Who are you? If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being rude. A sharp female voice came from the cave. Hearing this voice, the Ice Emperor cursed in his heart. Did the space blade that he had just flown over look like it was going to be polite to them? At this moment, Tian's voice slowly rang out from within the cave. May Empress, is that you? As the sound of Tian's voice faded, the spatial blades that were flying towards him from the cave suddenly vanished. After that, a silvery white light shone in front of Tian and the others. A violet-robed maiden slowly appeared before Tian and the others. The woman had long hair and a tall figure. She was wearing a pair of high heels. The woman appeared. When she saw Tian before her, her body trembled. A pair of purple eyes stared at Tian as he spoke in bewilderment. Master Old Ice. It really is you, little May. The Ice Emperor looked at the woman in front of her and walked forward excitedly. She opened her arms and was about to give the May Empress a hug. Whoosh! Ignoring the Ice Empress, the May Empress's silhouette flashed as she appeared before Tian. Upon sensing the familiar aura from Tian, the eyes of the May Empress turned moist. Master, it really is you. After confirming that the person before her was undoubtedly Tian, the May Empress also knelt down on one knee. Greetings, my lord. Upon seeing the May Empress in such a state, Tian hurriedly helped her up. He slowly spoke to her. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. At this moment, the monkey's squeaking sound rang out in the cave. Then, Tian and Su Daji appeared in the cave. Seeing Tian and the others, the May Empress was also vigilant. She said to Tian slowly, Who are you? Little May, don't worry. We're on the same side. Seeing the reaction of the May Empress, the Ice Empress quickly walked over and said slowly to her. Tian also nodded to the May Empress, indicating for her not to be nervous. As for Tian, he came to Tian's side. When he saw that a beautiful woman suddenly appeared beside him, he also asked, Tian, this is... After all, in the previous cave, the ones he saved were those old men. Tian said in surprise when he saw a beauty. Senior, this is also a servant of my clan. Previously, she was Tian's serving girl. Di Tian pointed at the Empress of the Succubus as he spoke to Xiao Changtian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changtian also glanced at the Mei Empress. Seems like the environment in Di Tian's house wasn't bad. This maid was comparable to Jiao Er. When the Mei Empress heard Di Tian actually calling her his maidservant, she also transmitted her voice to the Ice Empress. What's going on? Why does Master call this mortal senior and say that I'm his maid? When Xiao Changtian appeared, Mei Empress's eyes swept across him. This person had delicate features. He was dressed in green and looked like a gentleman. However, there was no aura on his body. It was obvious that he was a mortal. The Mei Empress didn't understand why Di Tian was so respectful to a mortal. The Ice Empress gave the Mei Empress a look. I'll explain to you slowly later. We're here to do something. After the Ice Empress finished her words, Xiao Changtian said to the Mei Empress, Miss, have you seen a middle-aged man in this cave? In Di Tian's eyes, the Mei Empress was his serving girl, and she was found in this place. Xiao Changtian naturally asked her about the whereabouts of Su Daji's father. Most probably, Di Tian's family had encountered some mishaps, and this serving girl had no other choice but to come live in the mountains. This way, he might meet Daji's father and know his current location. After all, Xiao Changtian didn't find anyone else in the cave. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the Mei Empress drew in a deep breath as she stared at Di Tian. After seeing Di Tian nod his head at her, the Mei Empress drew in a deep breath. I've seen it. I'll lead you there. Chapter 362. Chapter 362. Do you want to have thoughts about D? Chapter 362. Do you want to have thoughts about D? Tian's servant? _I. Nine-tailed ancestral land mountain cave. Perhaps I know who you are looking for. The Mei Empress said to Xiao Changtian and the others. Then she walked to the stone wall. He pressed his hand on the stone wall, and the cave trembled. Bang! 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 Along with the sound of gravel, a stone door in the cave was slowly opened. It turned out that there was a secret door in this cave. No wonder he did not find Daji's father. It seemed that Daji's father had decided to stay here after he found that he could not find his way home. Follow me. The stone door opened. The Mei Empress took the lead and walked forward, speaking to Xiao Changtian and the others. After passing through the stone door, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the stone room. And around him was a circle of space-time flowers. Father! Daji exclaimed excitedly when she saw the figure. Then he ran towards the figure in the wreath. Don't worry. Seeing Daji walking over, the Meisu Empress couldn't help but say. Then, she waved her hand in the air. Only then did those flowers of time and space slowly droop down, some directly closing up. Mei Empress, what's wrong with you? When they arrived here, the Ice Emperor knew that the reason why Daji's father and his clan were trapped here had something to do with the Mei Empress. With Daji's relationship with the seniors, if she did not handle it well, it would be difficult to deal with. The Mei Empress sighed when she received the message from the Ice Empress. When I just woke up back then, I encountered 3 godly emperor demonic beasts in the divine world. At that time, I was relatively weak and anxious to find Master, so I made a deal with them. I'm here to build a space array for them to use, and they're here to help me find my lord in you. These people only wanted me to trap these 9-tailed foxes here after they contacted me. I didn't think much about it at that time, so I agreed. The Mei Empress's eyes flashed with the color of reminiscence as she spoke to the Ice Empress. Why? Do they have anything to do with you? After hearing what the Queen of Charms said, the Ice Empress heaved a sigh of relief. I, the old monster, and my lord are all under the protection of Senior. And these 9-tailed fox clansmen who are being trapped by you are his disciples' relatives. Fortunately, you didn't do anything overboard. Otherwise it wouldn't be easy to end things. When Ice Emperor first saw the flower of time and space, she thought of Mei Empress. He was also worried that the Mei Empress had done something irreparable. In this way, the Ice Emperor slowly understood why Black Tiger and the others had come to the lower realm. Generally speaking, Even a godly emperor would have to pay a huge price to break the barrier between the divine world and the lower realm. With the temperament of those demons, how could they help his lord's clone break through the barrier? With the space teleportation formation constructed by the May Empress, everything made sense. Relying on the space array created by the May Empress, he had to pay a price to get here. However, it was far from reaching a level that those demon race godly emperors could not accept. Moreover, the demon emperor's relic was also on this continent. When the May Empress heard that the Ice Emperor and Di Tian were under Xiao Changtian's protection, her expression froze as well. She had already confirmed it when she was investigating Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian didn't have any aura on his body. He was no different from a mortal. Under the protection of a mortal, the May Empress asked the Ice Empress, "Mortals, just look at the monkey beside Senior." The Ice Empress heard the May Empress's words and said to him slowly with a strange expression, "Monkey." The May Empress was still confused when she heard the Ice Empress's words. When she first entered the cave, her attention was on Xiao Changtian and Su Daji. She didn't really care about the monkey and the fat Rongrong that followed in. At this moment, the May Empress also looked at the monkey beside Xiao Changtian. The May Empress's body trembled when she saw the monkey. Then, a golden divine monkey phantom appeared in her spiritual world. In his mind, the golden divine monkey phantom was at least 30,000 meters tall. With every step he took, the ground shook. This was a divine monkey. The May Empress looked at the image in her mind, her eyes filled with disbelief. The divine monkey was also a legendary divine beast in the records of the divine court. It had never appeared before. How could he see it in this lower realm? As if sensing the May Empress's thoughts, the monkey in his mind roared at her. He directly roared the May Empress out of the spiritual world. After recovering from the mental world, the May Empress recalled the scene in her mind. Looking at the monkey in the cave, the monkey was looking at him with disdain. It was as if he was responding to her doubts about his existence just now. And at this time, Black Tortoise brought the fat Rongrong to Monkey's side. Seeing Monkey staring at the May Empress, Black Tortoise was furious. This monkey even said that he was not interested in beautiful women. Why was he looking at beautiful women? Thinking of this, Black Tortoise also brought the fat Rongrong towards the May Empress. "Beauty, is there anything I can do for you?" The Black Tortoise sent a voice transmission to the May Empress, afraid that the monkey would get to her first. After receiving Black Tortoise's message, May Empress looked at him. A huge black tortoise Dharma idol appeared in front of him. The black tortoise was as tall as the sky, and endless seawater flowed around it, emitting endless majesty. Black Tortoise, Senior Black Tortoise? Seeing the legendary Black Tortoise taking the initiative to talk to her, the May Empress was a little nervous. Just as Black Tortoise was about to respond, Xiao Changtian walked over. He grabbed Black Tortoise on the fat Rongrong's head. "You dirty old turtle, what are you doing? You even want to have designs on Di Tian's maidservant?" Xiao Changtian slapped the Black Tortoise and scolded him. When the Black Tortoise was slapped by Xiao Changtian, Monkey, who was beside him, also secretly laughed. "Damn Monkey, just you wait." Black Tortoise looked at Monkey and cursed in his heart. Then he retracted his head and limbs into the turtle shell. The May Empress saw everything. This person actually grabbed the Black Tortoise in his hand and whipped it. And it seemed that Black Tortoise did not dare to resist. Heavens, what kind of existence was this? Now the May Empress finally understood why desolate Changtian was able to protect Di Tian and the Ice Empress. When she was looking at the Black Tortoise and the divine monkey Dharma, she felt that if she had any evil thoughts, she would be killed. The divine monkey and the Black Tortoise could destroy him at any time. It was a feeling of powerlessness. But now these divine beasts were being whipped by this person. For a moment, May Empress couldn't tell what realm Xiao Changtian had reached. At this moment, Daji's anxious voice was heard. "Master, Father, why hasn't Father woken up yet?" In the cave from before, he found the other nine-tailed fox elders. They all woke up very quickly. After staying here for a while, Daji saw that her father in her arms had not woken up. He said to Xiao Changtian anxiously. Chapter 363. Chapter 363. Eating the Yellow Ape 1. Chapter 363. Eating the Yellow Ape 1. Nine-tailed ancestral land mountain cave. Daji's anxious voice slowly entered Xiao Changtian's ears. After hearing Daji's words, Xiao Changtian hurried over to check. Looking at the unconscious nine-tailed tribe leader in Daji's arms, Xiao Changtian also grabbed his arm. At this moment, Di Tian walked to Xiao Changtian's side and showed a concerned look. After all, Daji's father and the others were trapped here because of his subordinates. Hence, Di Tian felt a little apologetic in his heart. The Ice Empress walked to the May Empress and said slowly, "What's wrong with this person? Why hasn't he woken up for so long?" The May Empress was still in shock from Xiao Changtian slapping the black tortoise. Hearing the Ice Emperor's words, he was stunned for a moment before sighing. When Qing Qiu contacted me, she said that she found a clone of Master. After I had a quick meeting with Master's clone, Qing Qiu asked me to keep a close eye on this person, because I placed the most time and space flowers around him. Due to the long period of time, I don't know if he can still be saved. The fragrance of the flower of time and space would erode one's spirit, even though the May Empress was not as powerful as before. However, Daji's father had been trapped in the flower of time and space for a long time. It was hard to say if he could be saved. Then the May Empress said worriedly, even if he was saved, he would probably be a fool. The Ice Empress couldn't help but cover her face. Little May, I don't know what to say to you. Why are you so muddle-headed? The Ice Emperor looked at the unconscious nine-tailed tribe leader in Daji's arms and felt a little worried. If the senior was angry and wanted to deal with the May Empress, what should they do? Thinking of this, the Ice Emperor could not help but pray silently for the nine-tailed tribe leader. Now he could only hope that Senior would be able to use a great divine ability to save the nine-tailed tribe leader. Otherwise, what should he do? The May Empress looked at Daji apologetically. How could she not understand how much trouble she had caused? At this moment, Xiao Changtian also grabbed Black Tortoise. He scratched its turtle shell and took out a jade bottle from his interspatial ring. He picked up a bamboo tube and mixed a bottle of water. He said to Daji slowly, "Come, feed it to your father. There should be no problem after drinking it." When Daji heard Xiao Changtian's words, she immediately took the bamboo tube from his hand. She slowly fed it to her father's mouth. The body of Daji's father, who was in the bamboo tube, trembled. Then, Daji's father slowly opened his eyes and looked at Daji in front of him. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her cheek and said weakly, "Daji, father, it's great that you're awake." Seeing his father wake up, Daji is also happy to say a sentence. When Di Tian and Ice Emperor saw that Daji's father had woken up, a smile appeared on their faces. If Daji's father was killed by the May Empress, they would have no face to stay in the small courtyard. The May Empress was also shocked as she looked at the nine-tailed tribe leader in Daji's arms. In her opinion, even if Daji's father could be saved, he would lose his consciousness and become a fool. However, when Daji's father woke up, he told Daji the truth. It meant that he was still conscious. With this thought in mind, the way the Charms Emperor looked at Xiao Changtian was full of respect. This might be an old monster who had lived for many years, perhaps even earlier than his lord. At the same time, Xiao Changtian said to Daji slowly, "Daji, it's cool in the cave, hurry up and bring your father out." Daji's father seemed to have fallen ill while he was lost. Although he had the medicine he had just made, it was better to go out. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Daji nodded at him. Then, Xiao Changtian and his group slowly left the cave. As they slowly walked towards the foot of the mountain, Xiao Changtian and the others also met the other elders of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Seeing that their clan leader was still alive, the group was very happy. The group of people supported each other and often came to the exit of the ancestral land. At this moment, a few nine-tailed fox youths guarding the exit saw Xiao Changtian and the others and hurriedly went up to help. "Elder, Patriarch. The nine-tailed fox youth said slowly to Xiao Changtian and the others. Then, he walked to the side of a few nine-tailed fox elders and supported them. The nine-tailed fox elders were a little weak after breaking free from the flower of time and space. At the same time, a nine-tailed fox youth walked into the tribe and sent a message to the other nine-tailed foxes. After some work, the nine-tailed fox elders who were trapped by the flower of time and space slowly recovered. After leaving the nine-tail ancestral land, Xiao Changtian and the others didn't rest either. Seeing Daji's father, the nine fox-kind elders, and their weak states, Xiao Changtian also took out the demonic beast stored in his interspatial ring that night. After a round of selection, Xiao Changtian was also taken out by the yellow ape as the main dish. The gorilla was huge enough to kill the villagers. Beside a river in the nine-tailed fox tribe, Xiao Changtian saw Ditian and the others arranging the stone tables and slowly spoke. Ditian, come over and help me wash this gorilla. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Ditian hurriedly brought the Ice Empress, the Devil Empress, and the May Empress over. The May Empress was shocked when she saw the yellow ape in Xiao Changtian's hand. Wasn't this the yellow ape that had traded with him in the divine realm? It seems that after being killed by Senior plans to use it as a dish to go with wine. Thinking of this, Mei Huang thought of Qing Qiu and Xuelong. Since the yellow ape was already in this state, the fate of the two of them was probably similar. As though he knew what the May Empress was thinking, Xiao Changtian also spoke to Ditian and the others. Originally, I wanted to take out the Lochin fox, but in comparison, this gorilla has more meat. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the May Empress confirmed her thoughts. As expected, both Qingqiu and Xuelong were killed by Senior. Eating godly emperor demonic beasts, it was very difficult to imagine what Senior's courtyard looked like. At this moment, desolate Changtian's voice could be heard. Don't just stand there. Come and help. What's wrong with these people? Call them over to help. Instead, they stared at the gorilla in front of them. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Ditian and the others slowly regained their senses. Chapter 364. Chapter 364. It's our clan's honor 1. Chapter 364. It's our clan's honor 1. Nine-tail tribe, on a stone table by the river. After Xiao Changtian and Ditian busied themselves for a while, the nine-tailed foxes and Xiao Changtian sat around the stone table and started eating dinner. Daji's father had just recovered a little. He looked at the delicacies on the table. He also slowly said to Xiao Changtian, Senior, it was all thanks to you taking care of my daughter while I was away. While speaking, Daji's father also bowed to Xiao Changtian. Although he didn't know Xiao Changtian's cultivation base, he knew that Xiao Changtian was able to save him from the ancestral land. Daji's father was especially grateful to Xiao Changtian. Moreover, there was also the delicious food on the table. Although he did not know what kind of meat it was, he did not know. However, from the quality on it, it was definitely a great tonic for the Nine-Tail clan. After waking up, Daji's father also learned about what had happened during this period of time through the Nine-Tail tribesmen. Now that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had suffered heavy losses, they had these great tonics. Senior was helping him stabilize the Nine-Tail clan. Xiao Changtian smiled faintly when he heard Daji's father's words. It's nothing. Originally, he wanted to take Daji under his wing to complete the system mission. She was also quite embarrassed. During this period of time in the courtyard, she did not teach him anything. Although Xiao Changtian wasn't a cultivator, this was the cultivation world after all. Xiao Changtian had heard that many mortals wanted to bring their children to those cultivation sects to test their talent. Daji's father was willing to let his daughter take him, a mortal, as her master. Xiao Changtian also had a good impression of him. Daji's father also knew that Xiao Changtian was cultivating his heart in the mortal world. He smiled at him and picked up a wine cup on the table. He said to Xiao Changtian, Senior, let me toast you. Seeing Daji's father like this, Xiao Changtian also picked up his wine cup. As the cups collided, Xiao Changtian and Daji's father smiled at each other and returned to their seats. At this moment, Xiao Changtian said to the crowd, "Everyone, don't be restrained." As he spoke, Xiao Changtian also picked up a mouthful of yellow ape meat and placed it in Su Daji's bowl. "Daji, eat more." Xiao Changtian also started to eat. When everyone saw Xiao Changtian eating, they slowly picked up the chopsticks and bowls beside them and started eating. "Wow, what kind of meat is this? This is definitely the best meat I've ever eaten in my life." A nine-tailed fox youth had just eaten a piece of yellow ape meat, and his face immediately revealed an expression that he was not done for. When the meat entered his stomach, he clearly felt a pure energy washing through his body. His cultivation level rose rapidly. "Really, it's so delicious. Leave some for me. Why are you eating so fast?" Di Tian smiled when he saw the reaction of the nine-tailed fox clan members. Now that he had already reached the godly emperor's cultivation base, the yellow ape's meat was not of much help to his cultivation base. However, there was no need to talk about strengthening the body. Demonic beasts were known to have the strongest bodies among the various races. After eating the yellow ape's meat, Di Tian could still feel that the strength of his fleshly body had increased by a little. Not to mention those nine-tailed fox clansmen with lower realms. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw the nine-tailed foxes enjoying themselves. Just like that, dinner passed by amidst the laughter of the group. After dinner, Xiao Changtian said slowly to Daji and the rest, "We've been out for a while now. I wonder how the courtyard is doing. Pack up. We'll return to the courtyard in a few days." After all, Daji had just reunited with her father. Xiao Changtian could not go back immediately. This time, he came out to follow the treasure map to search for treasures. He had also found gold, silver, and jewelry. Not only did he not have to worry about food and drink for a period of time in the future, but he also did not have to worry about food and drink. Not only that, he even helped Di Tian resolve his family's problems. With that money, Di Tian would be able to let his servants have a better life after he returned. After all, even she herself had to live in the deep mountains and forests of the country as a maid. There were also no other people outside who could not be found. When Di Tian, Daji and the rest heard Xiao Changtian's words, they slowly nodded their heads at him. To Daji, she was already very satisfied to see her father again. She also knew that an expert like Xiao Changtian couldn't stay here forever. Moreover, his master had also left behind a divine artifact, and a method to use it for his clan. Daji was not worried about the future development of the Nine-Tail tribe. After chatting with Xiao Changtian for a while, Daji, Di Tian, and the rest went back to prepare. Nine-Tail tribe leader's exclusive room. When Daji's father heard that Daji was going back with Xiao Changtian in a few days, he was shocked. He patted her head and said dotingly, "Don't worry, I've almost recovered. I didn't expect you to find such a good master while I was away. I can rest assured when you go out." Senior Zhao's cultivation is the most profound I've ever felt. I can't sense any aura at all. However, every action of his contains the truth of the world, as if he is invincible in the world. Oh no, it is an invincible posture. Speaking of this, Daji's father also teased Daji. "If you follow him, you cannot embarrass him. It would not be good if you were expelled from the sect." Hearing her father's words, Daji smiled. "Father, don't worry. I will learn from master. You, on the other hand, have to take care after I leave." Although the clan's first elder's lineage had basically gone extinct after this incident, the clan's first elder's bloodline had already been wiped out. However, there might be other dangers in the clan, so Daji reminded her father. "Don't worry, father knows what to do." Daji's father said slowly. Then he seemed to have thought of something. It's not like father didn't gain anything from his trip to the ancestral land. As he spoke, the interspatial ring on Daji's father's hand flashed with silver light. A silver-white flower appeared in his hand. Father found this in the ancestral land. Although I don't know what it is, when father found it, he felt that it was very extraordinary, so he kept it. At this moment, Daji looked at the silver-white flower in his hand. She said to him excitedly, Father, you've helped me a lot. Master has been asking his disciples to find ingredients recently. I have never found any news of the apricot silver flower. I didn't expect it to be with you, Father. After receiving the silver-white flower from the Ninetail tribe leader, Daji kept it in her interspatial ring. When Daji's father heard Daji's words, he laughed out loud. Your master has given our clan such a great favor. It's also our clan's honor to be able to help him. Chapter 365. Chapter 365. The Disaster of the Blue Luan 1. Chapter 365. The Disaster of the Blue Luan 1. 7. Divine World Demon Race Hall. After the deaths of the Blood Dragon, Qingqiu, and Huang Yuan, the Blue Luan was now the only master in the demon race's main hall. After a period of reorganization, the entire demon race main hall had been renewed and restored to its original appearance. At this moment, the Blue Luan sat in the demon clan's main hall. Her face revealed some worry. The elders of the demon hall below also looked brand new. With the rise of the Cyan Phoenix clan, some of the important positions had already been completely controlled by the Cyan Phoenix clan. At this moment, a demonic beast guard of the Cyan Phoenix race walked into the hall. Arriving in front of the hall, he knelt down on one knee in front of the Blue Luan. Master, Patriarch Wu Gong, and the others are already heading towards the main hall. The atmosphere in the hall became extremely stifling after the Blue Phoenix disciples' words sounded. After the Cyan Phoenix clan took control of the Demon clan's main hall, they thought that it was the hope for the Cyan Phoenix clan to rise. However, when the other demon forces learned that the Blood Dragon, Qingqiu, and Yellow Ape had died one after another, they were shocked. They were all restless for the territory of the demon race's main hall. In the immortal cultivation world, strength was the most important thing, and it was even more so in the demonic beast world. It was even crueler than the immortal cultivation world. After losing the 3 godly emperors, the strength of the demon race's main hall had already fallen by several levels. At this moment, the 3 major factions led by Patriarch Wugong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python were all restless about the demon race's main hall. They demanded that the territory of the demonic beast world be redivided. After a few rounds of negotiations, Patriarch Wu Gong and the others arrived at the demon hall. In the main hall, an old man from the Cyan Phoenix clan stood up and said to the Cyan Phoenix, Master, in this situation, we can only ask Senior Divine Monkey for help. As soon as the old man finished speaking, another old man walked out and bowed to the Blue Luan. Master, I think this is the only way. Otherwise, the demon race hall won't be able to hold on this time. After the 2 elders spoke one after another, the Cyan Phoenix clan and the other demon clans below began to whisper. After all, the impression that the Divine Monkey had left on them when he killed 3 godly emperors by himself was too deep. For a moment, everyone looked at the Blue Luan above, waiting for her response. The Blue Luan sighed when it heard the words of the 2 elders. She also knew that she had to contact that Senior Divine Monkey, but she didn't have any way to contact him. At this moment, a loud and clear voice slowly sounded from outside the hall. Fellow Taoist Blue Luan, we came from afar. Why didn't you come out to welcome us? Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of all the demons in the hall changed. At this moment, the Blue Luan also stood up from her seat and planned to leave. Although Patriarch Wu Gong and the others were all God Monarch realm experts. However, he was also a godly emperor now, although he had just entered the godly emperor realm not long ago. However, the Blue Luan felt that it would not be at a disadvantage against any of them. However, the other side had 3 members. On his side, only he was a godly emperor. Seeing that the Green Phoenix was planning to leave, the Green Phoenix elders hurriedly stopped him. Master, Patriarch Wu Gong and the others are coming at us menacingly. I think we should activate the clan protection array. This way, we can still hold on for a while. Although the Blood Dragon Qingqiu and the Yellow Ape had died, the demon race's main hall's foundation was still there. It was more than enough to maintain a clan protection array. After this elder finished speaking, the other elders advised the Blue Yuan. My lord, I think the great elder is right. If we go out, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. At this moment, a robust man walked out and said to the Blue Yuan, I'll go and negotiate with them. You're now in control of the demon race's main hall. Nothing can happen to you. The Blue Yuan glanced at the man before shaking its head and sighing. This robust man was no ordinary person. He had been a commander under the Blood Dragon just like him. The God Emperor Realm expert was also one of the few people who had always supported him. However, what was a God Emperor Realm expert in front of a God Emperor Realm expert? The Green Phoenix, who had just advanced to the God Emperor Realm, could feel it deeply. Tai Zhuang, I know what you want to say, but if I don't go out, they will be even more insatiable and think that there's no one in the demon race hall. But Tai Zhuang still wanted to say something, but the green one in front of him had already disappeared. The blue one appeared in the sky above the demon clan's main hall and waved her jade-like hand. A crack appeared on the barrier protecting the mountain. With a step, the blue one walked out. This time, Patriarch Wu Gong and the others were coming aggressively. Previously, they were afraid of the divine monkey's remaining might and were constantly testing him. After seeing that the divine monkey had never appeared again, Patriarch Wu Gong and the others came here by themselves. If he did not go out to negotiate this time, Patriarch Wu Gong and the others would break into the demon hall. Their Cyan Phoenix clan would have to start living under someone else's roof again. In midair, the blue one stood in the air. First Elder Green Phoenix, and the rest also slowly appeared beside her. The group of people looked ahead with solemn expressions. Ha ha ha, I thought you wouldn't come out. This time, a clear voice sounded, followed by a burst of dark green true essence in the air. A green-robed man with green hair appeared in midair. Behind him was a group of elders dressed in green robes like him. Earth Python Clan Green Python. When this figure appeared, the Blue Phoenix elders looked at him warily. This green python was just a nameless pawn in the demonic beast world in the past. However, he did not know where he had obtained the poison codex to cultivate the art of poison. Coupled with his python-type poison, his poison technique could be said to be superb. In the divine realm, who knew how many experts had died under his poison? After the green python appeared, a black wind blew across the sky. A black-robed man also appeared in midair. He held a pair of feathered fans in his hand and looked at the blue Yuan with a smile on his face. Old Ancestor 9 Nether Black 9. After he appeared, the light in the world seemed to have dimmed a little. Fellow Taoist Blue Phoenix, it's really hard to meet you. Black 9 looked at the blue Yuan opposite him and said with a smile. Black 9, I didn't expect you to be involved. The blue Yuan looked at Black 9 and responded indifferently. The Nine Nether clan had always been known to be aloof from worldly affairs in the demonic beast world. In the demonic beast world, the Nine Nether clan basically wouldn't take the initiative to attack anyone. He didn't expect that the Nine Nether clan would be involved in this operation against the demon clan's main hall. Blue Yuan, look at what you're saying. I was originally very familiar with Big Brother Huang Yuan. After he left, I naturally had to help him look after the demon race's main hall. Then a yellow mist appeared in the air. Seeing this smoke, the faces of the Blue Phoenix and the others revealed a cold expression. Patriarch Wu Gong, come. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Great Battle 1. Chapter 366, Great Battle 1. Divine World, outside the demon race's great hall. Yellow smoke slowly spread in the air. Then an old man appeared in the air. The old man was wearing a yellow coat and holding a walking stick in his hand as he looked at the green Yuan opposite him. Blue Yuan, I feel extremely sad about the death of Blood Dragon and the others. I'm here to share some of the pressure of the demon race hall with you. When he spoke, Patriarch Wu Gong's words did not contain any emotion. It was as if he was doing something that was only natural. The Blue Yuan replied slowly with a cold tone. Wu Gong, I heard that you like to meddle in other people's affairs. It seems that it's true today. In the demon beast world, if one were to say which godly emperor was the most annoying, then Patriarch Wu Gong would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. When Patriarch Wu Gong was not a godly emperor, he was already somewhat famous in the demon beast world. It was because he often plundered the resources of other demons. When he was adventuring in the demon beast world, Patriarch Wu Gong relied on plundering the resources of other demons. He had forcefully raised his strength to the level of a godly emperor. After becoming a godly emperor, Patriarch Wu Gong was still not satisfied. Even with the suppression of the divine monkey's remnant might, he still managed to contact Patriarch Abysmal and Patriarch Ground Python immediately. After Wu Gong's instigation, they all agreed to come to the demon race's main hall to force the abdication. In midair, Patriarch Wu Gong smiled faintly when he heard the Blue Luan's words. I have always liked to help others. I naturally can't stand by and watch when something happens to the demon race hall. Patriarch Wu Gong's dignified voice echoed in the air. We came here today for one thing. As long as you agree, we will leave. Immediately. As he spoke, Patriarch Wu Gong raised his index finger. Not too much. Give us half of the territory managed by the Monster Race Hall. After Patriarch Wu Gong finished speaking, Patriarch Nine Nether and Patriarch Earth Python both took a step toward the Blue Phoenix. Instantly, the pressure of the godly emperors from Patriarch Wu Gong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python pressed down on the Blue 1. This is too much. Tai Zhuang, who was behind the Blue Luan, also spoke indifferently when he heard the words of Patriarch Wu Gong and the others. Then his body was about to burst out. At this moment, the Green Luan also pulled Tai Zhuang and slowly said to him, Don't worry. Then, the Blue Luan resisted the pressure of Patriarch Wu Gong and the others. It walked forward and said coldly, I'm afraid that you have the ability to take half of the territory, but you don't have the ability to eat it. The Blue Luan also knew that Patriarch Wu Gong and the others were discussing with him. The reason why he didn't attack directly was because the monkey's power was still there. The reason why he said half of it was to test himself. Patriarch Wu Gong also laughed when he heard the Blue Luan's words. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the Blue Luan. Then let me see if I have the ability to eat it. Patriarch Wu Gong slowly raised his hand and slapped it toward the Blue Luan with pale yellow true essence. Humph! The Blue Luan coldly snorted and similarly struck out with her palm. Bang! The palm collided with the palm, and a loud sound was heard in the air. Traces of spatial cracks even appeared in the space where the two of them were. The people behind Patriarch Wu Gong and the Blue Luan automatically took a few steps back. Even the aftershock of a collision between godly emperors was fatal to them. After that attack, old ancestor Wu did not attack again. It seems that the Blue Luan's gift to Senior Divine Monkey is not groundless. I wonder how Blood Dragon and the others offended Senior Divine Monkey. Patriarch Wu Gong had also confirmed the Blue Luan's strength after the first attack. Just like him, they were both godly emperors. With a normal cultivation speed, the Blue Phoenix was previously a God Emperor realm expert. It was impossible for it to reach the God Emperor realm so quickly. Unless he obtained a great opportunity, this also meant that the rumors that the Divine Monkey Senior had high hopes for the Blue Luan were true. When the Blue Luan heard Patriarch Wu Gong's words, it laughed and directly told him his purpose. Wu Gong, didn't you just want to know about Senior Divine Monkey? To tell you the truth, the demon race's main hall is currently under the protection of Senior Divine Monkey. If you don't want to become the next blood dragon, then quickly take your people and scram. When Patriarch Wu Gong heard the Blue Luan's words, he knew that there was no point in saying anything more. He glanced at Old Ancestor Earth Python and Old Ancestor Abysmal. Then the three of them flashed. It seemed like they were going to attack the Blue Luan together. Before they came, they had already discussed that if Patriarch Wu Gong attacked the Blue Luan and the Divine Monkey appeared, they would immediately retreat. However, when Patriarch Wu Gong attacked the Blue Phoenix just now, the Divine Monkey did not appear at all. Then, according to their next plan, they would immediately subdue the Blue Yuan and force it to hand over half of its territory. After all, they could not be too ruthless. If the divine monkey really came back to pursue them, it would not be easy to deal with them. With half of the resources in the Demon Hall, Patriarch Wu Gong was confident that his strength could advance further. It had even reached the point of dealing with the divine monkey. After all, in Patriarch Wu Gong's opinion, in the divine world, even a divine beast was the lord of the ancient divine court. No matter how strong he was only a godly emperor. As long as it was a godly emperor, after his strength advanced, Patriarch Wu Gong would have the confidence to deal with him. When they saw that Patriarch Wu Gong and the others were actually planning to gang up on the Blue Yuan, they were shocked. The expressions of the first elder and the others behind the Blue Yuan also turned cold. Shameless, the great elder of the Green Phoenix said to the demons behind him, "Demons in the Demon Hall, listen up. Activate the Mountain Protection Array." As this voice sounded, a large array in the demon race's main hall slowly activated. When Blood Dragon and the others were still in the Demon Hall, they had asked an array master to design a mountain protecting array. This array could temporarily gather the strength of all the demons into one person. It caused that person's strength to soar in a short period of time. The blood coagulation array that Blood Dragon Qingqiu and the others activated previously was also modified according to this principle. As the array in the hall revolved, a ray of light flew out of the hall. Then, it was injected into the body of the Blue Phoenix First Elder. In an instant, the aura of the Grand Green Phoenix Elder also rose steadily. It had basically reached the level where it could fight against a godly emperor. Sensing the strength in his body, the First Elder of the Green Phoenix flashed and arrived beside the Green Phoenix. "Leave that old man to me." Among the three of them, Old Ancestor Nine Nether could feel the surging aura of First Elder Blue Phoenix. She also changed her direction to deal with him. When Old Ancestor Earth Python saw that Old Ancestor Nine Nether had turned to deal with First Elder Blue Phoenix, he cursed in his heart. Soon after, Patriarch Earth Python and Patriarch Wu Gong arrived in front of the Blue Yuan. Drunken Heart Palm. Poison Shadow Spike. Patriarch Wu Gong raised his hand, and a huge pale yellow palm slowly appeared along with his movement. Patriarch Wu Gong pushed his palm toward the Blue Yuan and pressed down on her. On the other side, waves of green poisonous gas rose from the body of the Earth Python ancestor. The poisonous gas rose in front of Patriarch Earth Python and quickly formed poisonous thorns. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Together with the yellow palm, it was about to attack the Blue Yuan. Chapter 367, Chapter 367, God Burial Mountain Range. Chapter 367, God Burial Mountain Range. Outside the demon race's main hall, bang! Wherever Patriarch Wu Gong's palm passed, there was a deathly aura. Whoosh! Patriarch Earth Python's poisonous spike pierced through space, bringing with it an aura of destruction. The Blue Yuan looked at the poisonous stingers and palm that were attacking it. Its expression also revealed some seriousness. He placed his hands in front of his chest and gathered his green true essence. Then a green eagle appeared behind him. Accompanied by a loud and clear voice, the green eagle brought a gust of wind to meet the palm and poisonous sting. Bang! The two forces collided in midair, and a huge crack appeared in the center of the space. The Blue Yuan, Patriarch Wu Gong, and the others retreated. The Blue Yuan steadied itself and looked at Patriarch Wu Gong and the others. From the looks of it, he did not suffer any major injuries. At this moment, the Blue Yuan was also very shocked as it felt the true essence in its body. After being locked in the bamboo cage by Xiao Changtian, the Blue Yuan had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. However, they had all been purified. In terms of the quality of their true essence, the Blue Yuan surpassed Patriarch Wu Gong and the others. Patriarch Wu Gong and Patriarch Earth Python looked at the Blue Yuan opposite them with a calm expression. His eyes were filled with shock. The Blue Yuan had just entered the godly emperor realm and actually did not seem to be injured at all under their attacks. At this moment, Patriarch Earth Python suddenly had the thought of retreating. During the exchange, he could feel that his poison gas was unable to penetrate the other party's spirit skill and invade the other party's body. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the other party's true essence was higher than his. As a god monarch realm expert, he lived in the divine world. Logically speaking, it was impossible for everyone's true essence to have too much of a difference. However, the quality of the Blue Luan's primeval essence was above theirs. It could be seen how much the divine monkey valued him. If the divine monkey came looking for them in the future, wouldn't they end up like Blood Dragon and the others? By the side, Patriarch Wugong had clearly seen the intention to retreat in Patriarch Earth Python's eyes. Damn it, how could this guy have such a good opportunity? Patriarch Wugong said in his heart. Then he stabilized his aura again. He did not attack again, and waved his hand at the Blue Luan opposite him. Fellow Taoist Blue Phoenix, as expected of someone that Senior Divine Monkey thinks highly of. Why don't we each take a step back? At this moment, the true essence in the Blue Luan's body was also slowly flowing, ready to deal with Patriarch Wugong's attack at any time. The Blue Luan smiled faintly when it heard Patriarch Wugong's words. Oh, tell me, how do you want to retreat? After hearing what the Blue Phoenix said, Patriarch Wugong also said indifferently, we don't need to forcefully take your territory. 3 days later, we'll meet at the God Burial Mountain Range and redivide the territory. As soon as Patriarch Wugong finished speaking, Patriarch Nine Nether and First Elder Blue Phoenix heard his words. They also stopped fighting and retreated. The First Elder of the Blue Phoenix came to the side of the Blue Phoenix and looked at Old Ancestor Nine Nether with a meaningful gaze. During the clash just now, Old Ancestor Juyo had always looked like he didn't want to fight. From the looks of it, he did not use his full strength at all, and was only stalling him. After Nine Nether came to Patriarch Wugong's side, he sent a voice transmission to him. Wugong, this wasn't part of our plan. The God Burial Mountain Range was the oldest mountain range in the demonic beast world. In the process of the continuous replacement of factions in the demon beast world, the God Burial Mountain Range witnessed their destruction and appearance. Every time a large faction fought for resources, they would settle it in the God Burial Mountain Range. The God Burial Mountain Range was rumored to be the burial ground of their demon beast clan's ancestors. There were many formations and mechanisms inside. It was very difficult to find the way out after entering. The method of fighting was also very simple. The two sides arrived at the God Burial Mountain Range. Each of them relied on their own abilities to pass the checkpoints. Whoever passed the most checkpoints would have the territory and power. After receiving Old Ancestor Nine Nether's words, Old Ancestor Wugong glanced at him indifferently. Nine Nether, are you still worried about me when we reach the God Burial Mountain Range? When Old Ancestor Nine Nether heard Old Ancestor Wu's words, his expression changed. After a long time, he sent a voice transmission to Patriarch Wugong. Alright then. One of the reasons why Patriarch Wugong was able to plunder so many resources was that he had gone to the God Burial Mountain Range many times. Every time there was a conflict between forces, they needed to resolve it through the God Burial Mountain Range. Patriarch Wugong was very willing to help them and obtain a large amount of resources. Therefore, Patriarch Wugong could be said to be one of the people in the entire demon beast world who knew the God Burial Mountain Range the most. As for Patriarch Earth Python, he was naturally standing on the same boat as Patriarch Wugong. Seeing that the Blue Luan did not respond, Patriarch Earth Python mocked. Why, Blue Luan, have you considered it? When the Blue Phoenix heard Patriarch Earth Python's words, it looked at First Elder Blue Phoenix's condition. If he continued to fight with them today, it would be disadvantageous to him. The effect of the protective mountain array could not last that long. As for the God Burial Mountain Range, it meant that Patriarch Wugong and the others would also have to put their territory in. Perhaps at that time, he could even obtain the other party's territory. After calculating in her heart, The Blue Wand slowly said to Patriarch Wu Gong and the others. All right, I'll see you at the God Burial Mountain Range in 3 days. Haha, as expected of the Blue Wand. Then I swear to see you in 3 days. As soon as Patriarch Wu Gong finished speaking, he immediately condensed a drop of blood and slowly said to the Blue Wand. The Blue Wand did not hesitate when it saw Patriarch Wu Gong's expression. Immediately a drop of blood condensed. For a moment, the blood of the Blue Phoenix, Patriarch Wu Gong, Patriarch Abysmal, and Patriarch Earth Python gathered together. They flew into the sky, and then a mysterious force descended on their bodies. This was the power of the Divine Realm's heavenly Tao. As long as they violated the contract, they would receive punishment from the heavenly Tao. Then Patriarch Wu Gong and the others waved their sleeves and said to the people behind them, "Let's go." As soon as Patriarch Wu Gong finished speaking, his men left in a mighty manner. After watching Patriarch Wu Gong and the others leave, the Blue Wand waved its hand and led everyone back to the demon race's main hall. When they arrived at the hall, the demons in the hall were not happy about the departure of Patriarch Wu Gong and the others. On the contrary, they had more or less heard of Patriarch Wu Gong's reputation in the God Burial Mountain Range. If they failed in the competition in the God Burial Mountain Range, they would still lose their territory. His family or tribe lived in this territory. Looking at the Blue Wand in the hall, everyone was about to say something. The Blue Wand's voice sounded from above. I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. I'll go ask Senior Divine Monkey for instructions now. In order to stabilize everyone's mentality, the Blue Wand could only say that it had brought out the Divine Monkey. Following that, Qing Wan's figure flashed and disappeared from the main hall. Indeed, she could only seek help from the Divine Monkey and the others. Otherwise, the demon race's main hall would be in danger. After the Blue Wand left, the demons in the hall finally revealed a smile. As long as Senior Divine Monkey was here, all the problems would be easily solved. Chapter 368, Chapter 368, Hot Hot Pot 1. Chapter 368, Hot Hot Pot 1. In a secret chamber in the demon race's main hall, the Green Wand sat in the center of the secret chamber. The green vital essence on her body lit up and slowly poured into the stone plate under her feet. Instantly, the stone plate emitted a dazzling light. Whoosh! With the stone plate as the center, the light spread rapidly along the surrounding patterns. Whoosh! The Blue Wand let out a breath of air. Then, she used both hands to form a strange seal on her chest. Waves of energy fluctuations spread out from the Blue Wand's body. Hopefully he could contact her. The Blue Wand said in her heart. This was an array formation used to transmit information from the demon hall. The Blue Wand wanted to use the presence it had left behind on the Tianyuan continent to spread the news. Tianyuan continent Yellow Python clan. After Xiao Changtian left, the Yellow Python clan had basically stabilized. Especially when the Nine-Tailed Fox clan heard that Xiao Changtian was still staying in their clan. They even went to form an alliance with the Yellow Python clan. In the Beast Emperor Mountain Range, the Yellow Python clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan could be said to be the new overlords. The sun is high in the sky. As usual, Mo Ba went out to handle the clan's affairs and returned in the evening. Just as he entered the courtyard, Mo Ba saw a strange aura flowing under the shade of the trees. Mo Ba cautiously walked over, following which a green light flew over from midair. It formed a ball of light in front of Mo Ba. Seeing this ball of light, Mo Ba first looked around the courtyard. After realizing that the courtyard did not show any abnormalities because of this ball of light, he reached out and slowly held it in his hand. As the light entered his hand, a ball of information was transmitted into Mo Ba's mind. Fellow Taoist, I'm the Blue Wand. The demon race's main hall has an urgent matter that requires Senior Divine Monkey's help. The Blue Wand's words flashed across Mo Ba's mind. From her words, one could hear a sense of urgency. At this moment, Yu Mei also walked out from the front room. Looking at Mo Ba, who was in a daze under the shade of the tree, he couldn't help but say, Brother, what's wrong? Emoba was still immersed in the news in his mind. Blue One? In Emoba's memories, he didn't recognize such a person. Even in the Beast Emperor mountain range, he had never heard of it. However, speaking of Senior Divine Monkey, could it be that when Senior came here, that little bird? And at this moment, Yume also walked in front of Emoba, and saw that he still had a dazed appearance. He couldn't help but pat Emoba's shoulder. Brother, what's going on? You've been in a daze since you came back today. Emoba gave her a silly smile after being patted by Yume. Then he slowly said to Yume, Little sister, I have something to deal with now. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. Emoba's figure flashed as his voice sounded, disappearing from the courtyard. The Blue One was highly regarded by Senior Black Tortoise back then. Now that it was in trouble, he had no choice but to report it quickly. Otherwise, how could he survive on the Tianyuan continent if he offended Senior Black Tortoise? As Yume watched Emoba's departing figure, she helplessly shrugged her shoulders. In Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Xiao Changtian was lying on his rocking chair. After returning from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Xiao Changtian had been idling in the courtyard for a few days. Xiao Changtian stood up from his rocking chair as the sun was about to set. Stretching his back, he slowly said to Mu Jiuhuang in the courtyard, Jiu call all your disciples today. Let's have a good meal. In the Beast Emperor mountain range, the foxes and loaches that he had fought back had not been eaten. The fox Xiao Changtian did not plan to eat it. Looking at Daji's tribe, it was obvious that they had feelings for foxes. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Changtian's finger swept across his interspatial ring. Blood Dragon's corpse appeared in the courtyard. Mu Jiuhuang's body shook when she saw the Blood Dragon's corpse. The presence of the Blood Dragon was clearly not something that a demon beast from the Tianyuan continent could possess. If he could devour his flesh and blood, then his comprehension of the realm would be even deeper. Mu Jiuhuang, who was already used to Xiao Changtian's shock, could not help but swallow her saliva. Unexpectedly, it was one thing to expect, but after seeing it in person, Mu Jiuhuang still couldn't hold it in. Then, Mu Jiuhuang went out to get busy. As soon as the Blood Dragon's corpse appeared, the divine beasts in the courtyard also casually swept a glance at him. Have you noticed that Master seems to be very obsessed with these demon beasts recently? In the pond, the ancestral dragon spat out a bubble and said slowly, These demon beasts are lucky to be able to become food for their master. In the pond, Black Tortoise looked at Blood Dragon's corpse and said slowly. At the same time, Black Tortoise's eyes slowly moved as he calculated in his mind. Master likes to eat these demon beasts recently. If he goes out to play, then he can bring back some food for Master. Thinking of this, Black Tortoise revealed a smile. And the fat Rongrong saw Black Tortoise's smiling appearance, and said to the simple-minded, Boss, what's wrong? No, Fatty. We'll have more in the future. Black Tortoise said with a smile, and then happily swam in the pond. After a while of work in the courtyard, Xiao Changtian also cut the Blood Dragon's flesh into pieces. He placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. At this moment, Diwu saw Xiao Changtian placing the raw meat and vegetables on the stone table. He could not help but ask, Master, why did you put these raw food on the table? Hearing this, Xiao Changtian looked at Diwu Zheng's puzzled expression and smiled faintly. He picked up a furnace and an iron pot from the side, and slowly said to his disciples, Master, I taught you how to make barbecue before. Today, I'll teach you how to eat hot pot. Hot pot. Hearing this name, Diwu Zheng and the other disciples were all puzzled. However, after eating the barbecue last time, Diwu Zheng and the others felt that their comprehension of the realm was much deeper. He wondered what effect his master's hot pot had. Thinking of this, Diwu Zheng and the others were filled with anticipation. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also started the fire. The last time he borrowed the flame bead from the immortal De Yang, Xiao Changtian put it in the furnace. This flame bead was not only useless to Xiao Changtian, but it also saved him a lot of trouble. After starting the fire, Xiao Changtian put the iron pot on the fire. Then, he added the soup base that he had prepared beforehand. When the entire hot pot began to boil, Di Wuzheng looked at the soup in the pot and could not help but gulp. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw their greedy looks. Then, he slowly put the blood dragon's flesh in and mixed it with some seasonings. Everyone, don't be anxious. It will be fine in a while. Chapter 369. Chapter 369:1 Wonder if you can leave it to me to handle. Chapter 369:1 Wonder if you can leave it to me to handle. 1. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Di Wuzheng and the others looked at the boiling pot and the fragrance coming from it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Li Taibai looked at the pot and his stomach growled. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also stood up from his chair. He said slowly to Li Taibai, "Look at how greedy you are." Then, he picked up a bowl from the side and picked out a piece of blood dragon meat from the iron pot. Xiao Changtian handed the bowl to Li Taibai and said with a smile, "Eat it while it's hot. How does it taste?" Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Li Taibai hurriedly took the bowl from Xiao Changtian's hands. "Thank you, master." Then, under the expectant gazes of the disciples, he took the lead and put the blood dragon meat into his mouth. "Taibai, how is it?" Diwu couldn't help but ask Li Taibai. "Don't look at it anymore. Take your own bowls and fill them up." Xiao Changtian said with a smile when he saw that his disciples didn't make a move. As he spoke, he also gave them meat one by one. His disciples were considered hard-working in other aspects. It was only when they ate that they couldn't pick up the chopsticks or the signature. In short, he was always finding all kinds of reasons to slack off, and he was too lazy to eat. Diwu was looking at the meat in his bowl and couldn't help but pick up a piece and eat it. For a moment, all the disciples had a look of enjoyment on their faces as they ate the blood dragon meat. At this moment, Li Taibai also slowly transmitted his voice to the others. "Fellow disciples, I feel that the impurities in my body have been washed away. I feel that my talent has risen to another level." That's right. So Master's hot pot can seize the fortune of heaven and earth and increase our talent. That's right. I've long guessed it. Why don't you take a look at who our master is? Keep bragging. How can you guess what master does? Upon receiving Li Taibai's voice transmission, the other disciples responded in succession. For a moment, the atmosphere on the stone table was also very happy. After eating the blood dragon's flesh, Mu Jiehuang's aura also rose. Her realm rose slowly. According to the division of the divine world, Mu Jiehuang was also a godly emperor now. At this time, Xiao Changtian and the others also said to Futian, "Don't eat all of them. When the time comes, send some over to Taoist Big Sun and the others." After all, the reason why he could make this hot pot was also because of the great Sun Immortal's flame bead. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Futian also responded to Xiao Changtian. "Got it, master." While Xiao Changtian and the others were eating hot pot, Emoba had also arrived at Daong Town according to the location that Daji had told him. Sitting on the surface of Daong Town, Emoba looked at the bustling crowd on both sides. "It should be here." Just as Daji said, the senior refined his heart in the mortal world and played around in the mortal world, living in this mortal town. At this time, deity King Red Cloud was also shopping in town. Seeing Emoba's unfamiliar face, his gaze swept over him. What were the demons doing in Daong Town? As divine King Red Cloud stared at Emoba, Emoba also walked towards him. "Hello, may I ask how to get to Senior Zhao's courtyard?" When divine King Red Cloud heard that they were here to look for Xiao Changtian, his eyes became alert. The last time, God King Black Heaven came to find Senior because he wanted to harm him. In the end, he courted death and was killed. If this demon was also so bad, he could also get rid of it for Senior. Thinking of this, divine King Red Cloud's expression hardened. "Why are you looking for Senior?" Emoba smiled in response when he saw God King Red Cloud's manner. "Senior has done me a favor. I'm here to deliver a message to Senior on behalf of someone." Hearing that Xiao Changtian had done Emoba a favor, Divine King Red Cloud's expression eased up a little. Follow me, Deity King Red Cloud said to Emoba before bringing Emoba towards Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Very quickly, under the lead of Deity King Red Cloud, Emoba arrived at the periphery of Xiao Changtian's courtyard. As soon as the two of them arrived, they smelled a fragrance. Whoosh! The two of them took a deep breath and looked at each other in joy. Just by taking a breath, they felt much more refreshed. I really don't know what Senior is eating in his courtyard. It's probably some ancient divine beast. God King Red Cloud sighed in her heart. At this moment, Futian walked out of the courtyard. When he saw Divine King Red Cloud, he also greeted him. Divine King Red Cloud is here to look for Master? They were all in the same town. Futian and the others were very familiar with Divine King Red Cloud. Yes, I brought him here. You're looking at the bag in Futian's hand. Divine King Red Cloud asked slowly. Oh, you mean this? Futian followed the gaze of the Red Cloud Divine King fan and lifted the bag in his hand. Master brought us to eat hot pot just now and asked us to bring some to Taoist. Big Sunday, I won't talk to you for now. I have to send it to Taoist Big Sun first. As soon as he finished speaking, Futian walked towards the Great Sun sect. Looking at Futian's back as he left, Divine King Red Cloud's eyes flashed with envy. It seemed that he had to build a good relationship with Immortal De Yang in the future. At this moment, Li Taibai walked out of the courtyard with an iron pot. Divine King Red Cloud, Master is in the courtyard. You can go in. Holding the iron pot in his hand, Li Taibai was about to throw away the leftovers. When Red Cloud Divine King saw Li Taibai's actions, she quickly walked up. Brother Taibai, you don't want this? Li Taibai didn't know what Divine King Red Cloud wanted to do when he heard her calling him so affectionately. She scratched her head and said slowly to him, That's right. I wonder if you can leave it to me. Looking at the iron pot in Li Taibai's hand, Red Cloud Deity King's eyes revealed a trace of expectation. Seeing the look on God King Red Cloud's face, Li Taibai also handed the iron pot to him. Alright then. Li Taibai was naturally very happy to have someone help him deal with it. Divine King Red Cloud took the pot and was delighted. At this moment, Li Taibai also said to him slowly, You brought him to see Master, right? I'll help you bring him in. This was also the first time Li Taibai had seen Emoba. However, since God King Red Cloud was helping him deal with the iron pot, he had to help him a little, right? After hearing Li Taibai's words, Divine King Red Cloud also said to him, Thank you, Brother Taibai. Then, Li Taibai brought Emoba into the courtyard. On the other hand, Deity King Red Cloud was looking at the remaining soup base in the iron pot alone. With a wave of his hand, a jade pot appeared in his hand. Divine King Red Cloud said in her heart, as she slowly collected the soup base in the iron pot. Ness. Chapter 370. Chapter 370. Heading to the Divine World 1. Chapter 370. Heading to the Divine World 1. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Under Li Taibai's lead, Emoba slowly came to the middle of the backyard. After dinner, Xiao Changtian was feeding by the pond. Li Taibai brought Emoba to Xiao Changtian and said slowly, Master, this is Divine King Red Cloud. He said that he has something to look for you. Xiao Changtian heard Li Taibai's words and looked over. Xiao Changtian said in his heart after seeing who it was, Isn't this Emoba? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you looking for me? Could something have happened? As he thought of this, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Emoba, Don't be anxious. Then he brought Emoba to his rocking chair. Standing in front of Xiao Changtian, Emoba slowly said, Senior, something has happened to the Blue Wan. Blue Wan. When Xiao Changtian heard Emoba mention this name, he didn't have any impression of it. In Emoba's courtyard, Xiao Changtian had never heard of anyone called Blue Wan. After Emoba heard Xiao Changtian's words, he slowly said to him, The Blue Wan is the little bird that Senior left with me. Hearing Emoba's explanation, Xiao Changtian smiled. So it was the little bird that he had left for them. No wonder they were in such a hurry. The people in their courtyard did not hunt much. That bird should be their most important food. The bird was lost, so he was naturally very anxious. However, in the forest, it must have been taken away by some beast in the middle of the night. As he thought about this, Xiao Changtian slowly said to him, "Oh, so it's a little bird I know." Xiao Changtian also stood up and started walking in the courtyard. Judging from the situation of the hot pot just now, his disciples seemed to like the beast meat very much. He could bring a disciple over to help him. After he brought it once, he could ask them to bring it for him to eat in the future. As for Mo Ba, he watched Xiao Changtian walking in the courtyard, waiting for his response. At this moment Xiao Changtian said to him slowly, "After I pack up, I'll go with you." After Mo Ba heard Xiao Changtian's words, he nodded his head towards him. At this moment, he also looked at the black tortoise in the courtyard. The black tortoise and senior divine monkey, whom he had met in the Beast Emperor Mountain Range previously, were both here. In the pond, there was an ancestral dragon that contained monstrous luck. Every time he saw Xiao Changtian, Mo Ba felt that his world view had been refreshed. At this moment, Black Tortoise said slowly to Monkey on the roof, "Damn Monkey, your old lover is in trouble. Why don't you go and help?" When Monkey heard Black Tortoise's words, he retorted, "You're the one with an old lover. Do you think I'm you?" Black Tortoise exploded with rage when Monkey said that. This monkey had ruined his marriage. Now, he was still acting good after getting a bargain. He couldn't bear it. Just as Black Tortoise was about to flare up, the old hen in the chicken coop in the courtyard slowly walked out. "All right, stop arguing. Be careful not to enter the cage." Upon hearing Phoenix's words, Black Tortoise and Monkey glared at each other and left. When Mo Ba saw the old hen in the chicken coop, his expression changed. As pythons, they had a feeling of being the natural enemy of birds. As he looked at the old hen, a phoenix covered in endless flames appeared in Mo Ba's mind. Looking at the old hen, Mo Ba couldn't help but take a step back. Xiao Changtian saw this and slowly walked towards the hen. "You old hen, go back to your chicken coop." At the same time, Xiao Changtian was also speechless towards Mo Ba. This Mo Ba was even afraid of a chicken. No wonder he was so anxious after the little bird ran away. At this time, Xiao Changtian said to the disciples in the courtyard, "Who wants to follow me out?" Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, all the disciples were restless. At this moment, the ancestral dragon's voice also entered their ears. "Your ingredients have basically been found, but Tai Bai hasn't been found. This time, the place master is going to has the ingredients that Tai Bai needs. Just let him go this once." Hearing the ancestral dragon's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Futian and the fifth disciple. At this moment, Li Taibai walked up to Xiao Changtian. "Master, I'll go." Seeing Li Taibai volunteer, Xiao Changtian smiled and nodded. Fortunately, not all of his disciples wanted to be idle. There were still some who were willing to follow him. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Li Taibai, "All right, it's you then. Taibai, help me take care of the equipment." Then, Xiao Changtian walked to the side of the courtyard. Which animals should go out this time? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian also brought the chaos ant along. It was simple. An ant was so small that it was easy to carry. Thinking about how the monkey had played a role in the nine-tailed fox clan, Xiao Changtian waved his hand at the monkey on the roof. "You should come too." When the monkey heard Xiao Changtian's words, it squeaked happily. Then, Xiao Changtian waved his hand at the hen in the chicken coop. It was mainly because the old hen and the old dirty turtle liked to fight when they were together. He had to separate them. Last time he brought the black tortoise. This time, he would bring the old hen. After a round of ordering the troops, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Mo Ba, "Let's go." Soon after, Xiao Changtian left the yard with the hen, chaos ant and monkey. Divine World Demon Race Hall. The blue wand sat in the main hall with worry in her eyes. After sending out the news, he sent people to keep an eye on the outside of the demon race's main hall. They hoped that the black tortoise, or the divine monkey would come. A day had passed, and there was still no news. The Blue Wand could not help but feel a little worried. Then she said to the demonic beast guards below the hall, "Send more men outside the main hall. If there is any news, inform me at any time. At the same time, send someone to keep an eye on Patriarch Wu Gong's situation." After the orders were issued, the green wand disappeared from the hall. It was not a good idea to keep waiting. According to the memories of meeting the black tortoise in the divine world, the blue wand planned to go out and search for it herself. On the other side, after Xiao Changtian left the courtyard with Mo Ba, the chaos ants on his body also flashed with a silver light. Xiao Changtian and Mo Ba arrived at the divine realm. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Xiao Changtian also felt a familiar aura. He had to train Li Taibai to be a good hunter in the yard. Chapter 371. Chapter 371. Looks like we're sure this time won. Chapter 371. Looks like we're sure this time won. Divine Realm, Wugong Underground Palace. At this moment, a jade table was placed in the middle of the hall. Patriarch Wugong, Patriarch Earth Python, and Patriarch Abysmal sat around the jade table. The Earth Python Patriarch picked up a wine glass from the table. "Tomorrow will be the day of the competition with that little girl, Blue Wan. I hereby congratulate elder brother Wugong on his success." Patriarch Wugong also picked up a wine cup. Patriarch Earth Python touched it and laughed loudly. "I really don't know. I guarantee that it will be absolutely foolproof this time." As soon as the wine entered his stomach, Patriarch Wugong clapped his hands. Then a few demonic beast guards walked up with a figure. After seeing who it was, old ancestor Jiyo frowned. "Wugong, what do you mean by bringing a human here?" Don't be anxious. Let me tell you slowly." Patriarch Wugong waved at Patriarch Nine Nether. "Li Wushuang, tell Nine Nether what you used to do." That's right. The figure that Patriarch Wugong brought up was Li Wushuang. After the deaths of the Blood Dragon, Qing Qiu, and Huang Yuan, Li Wushuang left the Monster Clan Hall. He wanted to find a new backer in the demonic beast world, so he was accidentally captured by Patriarch Wugong. "Lord Nine Nether, my name is Li Wushuang. I used to work for the Blood Dragon." Li Wushuang looked at old ancestor Nine Nether with flattery in her eyes. After old ancestor Wugong grabbed them, Nailin Yen and Chu Yuanshan were locked up by him. If he had not said that he had worked in the demon race's main hall, he would probably be locked up now. "You used to work in the monster race hall?" Old ancestor Juyo looked at Li Wushuang, and his expression darkened. He also knew that this demon race main hall had taken in a few humans a while ago. He did not expect to be captured by Patriarch Wugong. Yes. Upon hearing old ancestor Nine Nether's words, Li Wushuang immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. At this moment, Patriarch Wugong sent a message to Patriarch Nine Nether and Patriarch Earth Python. Then, Old Master Nine Nether and Old Master Earth Python were stunned. "Wugong, you mean?" Patriarch Earth Python received the message and was about to say something to Patriarch Wugong. Patriarch Wugong gestured at him. "It's good that you know, it's good that you know." Upon hearing Patriarch Wugong's words, a hint of joy appeared on the faces of Patriarch Nine Nether and Patriarch Earth Python. Then Patriarch Wugong said to Li Wushuang, "Li Wushuang, I have a mission for you. If you complete it, I can let your friends go." Patriarch Wugong stood up and walked to Li Wushuang's side. "Furthermore, I will allow you to enter my Wugong Underground Palace and become a commander, receiving the protection of my Wugong Underground Palace." Li Wushuang didn't expect Patriarch Wugong to say this to her, and she was excited. "Lord Wugong, tell me what mission you want. I, Li Wushuang, will complete it for you no matter what." He had thought that he would be in a mess today, but he did not expect it to be such a good thing. Li Wushuang was overjoyed. Patriarch Wugong patted Li Wushuang's shoulder. "It's not that serious. It's just that you can return to the demon race's main hall now and follow the Blue One closely during the God Burial Mountain Range tomorrow." "Lord Wugong, Blue One, I don't think I can beat her," Li Wushuang said awkwardly. "You don't need to deal with her, you just need to follow her closely, give me a message, and you can get the. As he spoke, Patriarch Wu Gong condensed a small bug from his body. Then the little bug flew to Li Wushuang. You can contact me through it. Li Wushuang was delighted to see the bug fly onto her. Lord Wu Gong meant that he could just go over and be a spy. Moreover, it was just a message. He did not need to send any information at all. Then this wouldn't be difficult for him. With this thought in mind, Li Wushuang said to Patriarch Wu Gong, Lord Wu Gong, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission. Okay, let's go now. Patriarch Wu Gong nodded at Li Wushuang, and then waved his hand to signal him to get ready. As he watched Li Wushuang's departing figure, the old ancestor Earth Python stood up from his seat. When he came, he was still wondering why Patriarch Wu Gong suddenly invited them to a banquet. So it was because of Li Wushuang, this jinx. According to Patriarch Wu Gong's message, whoever Li Wushuang was with would be killed by him. His strength was unprecedented. After Li Wushuang left, old ancestor Nine Nether, who had always been cautious, walked over from his seat and laughed. Even Blood Dragon and the others couldn't withstand this guy's bad luck. Looks like we're in luck this time. Who said it wasn't? The monster race hall was originally fine. A few days after Li Wushuang joined them, the three emperor gods Blood, Dragon Qing Qiu and Huang Yuan died one after another. No one could compare to his bad luck. Do you think there's a possibility that the divine monkey attacked Blood Dragon because of Li Wushuang? Patriarch Netherworld had been wondering why a divine beast like the divine monkey would suddenly appear and attack the demon clan's main hall. Divine beasts naturally liked auspicious signs, so perhaps they had acted to get rid of Li Wushuang, this jinx. If Li Wushuang went to join the Blue Phoenix, the Blue Phoenix might become the next Blood Dragon, without them needing to do anything. After hearing Old Ancestor Nine Nether's words, Old Ancestor Earth Python and Old Ancestor Wu Gong looked at each other and smiled. That makes sense, that makes sense. Come, let's continue drinking. As he spoke, Wu Gong brought Old Master Netherworld and Old Master Earth Python to the jade table. He picked up the wine glass on the table and continued drinking. In the sky of the demon beast world, from the demon race hall, the blue one flew in the direction of the black tortoise in the divine world according to its previous impression. Then, a figure flashed past the blue one's eyes. What was that? The blue one looked at the figure and found it somewhat familiar. Li Wushuang. After thinking for a while, the blue one remembered that the figure was Li Wushuang. Thinking of Li Wushuang, the blue one immediately flew toward him. Li Wushuang had left a deep impression on her. Last time, it was because he followed Li Wushuang out that he met the black tortoise and the iron eater. It seemed that he had to ask him for help. This way, Senior Black Tortoise would appear in front of him again. At this moment, Li Wushuang was rushing towards the demon clan's main hall at full speed. Humming a song, after coming out of Wu Gong's underground palace, he felt that since the last time he was sent flying by the iron-eating beast, his luck began to explode. First, he retreated unscathed when the divine monkey attacked the demon hall. Then, he was captured and brought to Wu Gong's underground palace, thinking that he was going to be imprisoned. He didn't expect the other party to directly entrust him with such a heavy responsibility. It seemed like he was about to reach the peak of his life. With this thought in mind, Li Wushuang sped up her pace toward the monster race hall. Chapter 372. Chapter 372. Don't worry about staying here 1. Chapter 372. Don't worry about staying here 1. Divine Realm in midair. Li Wushuang headed towards the Monster Clan Hall at full speed. Looking at the faintly discernible Monster Race Hall in front of her, Li Wushuang felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that he was undoubtedly going to reach the peak of his life. As a human, he did not encounter any demonic beasts obstructing him in his journey in the demonic beast world. His luck was beyond doubt. Behind him, the figure of the Blue One also slowly flashed past. The Blue One had advanced to the godly Emperor realm, and was the new ruler of the demon race's main hall. Wherever it passed, the demons would naturally submit, and no one dared to stop it. This Li Wuxuang was in a hurry to reincarnate. The Blue Luan cursed in her heart as she looked at the beautiful lady flying in front of her. Then he urged the true essence in his body, and green true essence slowly appeared on his body. In a flash, he appeared in front of Li Wuxuang. At this moment, Li Wuxuang was flying at full speed toward the monster clan hall when she saw a figure suddenly appear in front of her. He braked hard and stabilized himself in midair. Li Wuxuang also slowly looked forward. Isn't this the Blue Luan? Li Wuxuang looked at the Blue Luan in front of her, and her face became even more joyful. He was originally thinking about how to enter the demon race's main hall, but now, he met an acquaintance. God, you take care of me too much. After saying this in her heart, Li Wuxuang slowly walked toward the Blue Luan. Commander Blue Luan, I finally found you. You don't know that when you didn't return. Seeing the Blue Luan, Li Wuxuang pretended to be sad and wiped her eyes. Lord Blood Dragon and the others were killed by a divine monkey. Li Wuxuang also knew that the Blue Luan didn't like her before. At this time, he had to show his loyalty to the demon race hall. Otherwise, it would probably be difficult to enter the demon race's main hall. As for Qing Luan, she looked at the beautiful woman beside her and frowned. This Li Wuxuang really knew how to act. With such poor acting skills, he didn't know how Blood Dragon and the others trusted him before. However, when he thought about how he needed to find Senior Black Tortoise, the Blue Luan still waved her hand at him. Cough cough Li Wuxuang, I know you're loyal to the Monster Race Hall. The Blue Luan didn't want to waste any more time talking to Li Wuxuang. After all, after the previous incident, the Blue Luan didn't know what kind of attribute Li Wuxuang had. He was a jinx, right? Last time, he seemed to have benefited from a disaster. He wasn't a jinx, was he? Blood Dragon and the others had only accepted him for a few days, and he was already gone. When Li Wuxuang saw the Blue Luan, she immediately wanted to bring him to the Demon Race Hall. He was also delighted. Previously, the Blue Luan had said that she was a jinx, so Li Wuxuang had thought that it would take more effort. He did not expect that he could enter directly. Haha, I Li Wuxuang am not a jinx. I am now a lucky star. No, it was. With this thought in mind, Li Wuxuang hurriedly followed behind the Blue Luan. After Xiao Changtian brought Li Taibai and Mo Ba to the Divine Realm, he walked into the mountains. Arriving at a bamboo forest, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Mo Ba, Mo Ba, let's go take a look at your courtyard first. When Mo Ba heard Xiao Changtian's words, his face was stunned. The density of spiritual energy in the area they were in was not something the Tianyuan continent could compare to. What did Senior mean by telling him to go to his own courtyard now? Mo Ba scratched the back of his head in confusion. At this moment, a few demon beast guards dressed in the clothes of the demon clan's main hall also walked through the bamboo forest. When a demonic beast guard saw Mo Ba in the bamboo forest, he couldn't help but say to his companion beside him, Look at that person. Is he the person that Lord Blue Phoenix is looking for? After the demonic beast guard finished speaking, everyone's gazes turned towards Mo Ba in unison. A demonic beast guard took out a portrait from his bosom and said excitedly, Yes, it looks exactly like the portrait. As they spoke, the few of them hurriedly walked towards Mo Ba and Xiao Changtian. I've finally waited for you. A few demonic beast guards walked in front of Mo Ba and the others, and slowly said to them. Although Mo Ba's aura was very weak, Xiao Changtian didn't have any aura at all. However, when they remembered the Blue Luan's repeated warnings, they still treated Xiao Changtian and the others with respect. Xiao Changtian looked at the few demonic beast guards in front of him and laughed. Yes, there's no need to look for it now. Let's go to the courtyard first. Although these people were dressed differently from Mo Ba, they were wearing animal skin coats. One look, and one could tell that it was Mo Ba's courtyard's people who had come out to look for the bird. When the few demonic beasts heard Xiao Changtian's words, they looked at each other. Fortunately, He didn't show any disrespect to Xiao Changtian just now. The person in front of him actually knew that he was waiting for them. More importantly, they knew that their lord had built a courtyard for them. Then, a demonic beast guard made a gesture to Xiao Changtian. Please follow me. Mo Ba heard the conversation between Xiao Changtian and those monster race guards and understood. It turned out that everything was within Senior's calculations. Soon, Xiao Changtian and the others arrived in front of a courtyard under the guidance of a few demonic beast guards. It's just ahead. As they spoke, the demonic beast guards also slowly walked in. Upon entering the courtyard, Mo Ba's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. This courtyard was exactly the same as the one he had on the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, there seemed to be an array set up in the courtyard that could make the spiritual energy in the courtyard even denser. Seeing this courtyard, Mo Ba sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Blue Wan had made a lot of preparations for Senior's arrival. Xiao Changtian saw that the courtyard was empty. There were only a few people. It seemed that the bird was really important to the people in their courtyard. Most of them had gone out to look for food. As he thought of this, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Mo and the others, "You can rest assured and stay here." Looking at the empty courtyard, Xiao Changtian was moved. After leaving last time, he only left them a little bird. Even if the bird did not disappear, they would still have to live a hard life after eating it. It was better to teach a man to fish than to teach a man to fish. This time, he came not only to teach Li Taibai how to hunt. Furthermore, he had to teach Mo Ba and the others the way to hunt. This way, they could eat well in the future. When Mo Ba heard Xiao Changtian's words, his face was filled with joy. Thank you, Senior. The density of the spiritual energy this time was several times that of his previous courtyard. If he could cultivate here, his realm breakthrough would be even faster. It was the same for the few demonic beast guards. It was also their first time entering the courtyard. Due to the array formation, the spiritual energy here was denser than outside. The fact that they could cultivate here was also quite beneficial to them. According to the instructions of the Blue Wan, they had to stay and serve Xiao Changtian after they found him. Following that, they imitated Mo Ba and said to Xiao Changtian, "Thank you, Senior." Seeing their grateful faces, Xiao Changtian waved his hand at them. It seemed that their lives were really hard. That's right. They even had trouble with that plate last time. Then Xiao Changtian said to Li Taibai, "Taibai, pack up. I'll teach you how to hunt." Chapter 373. Chapter 373. You can be like a monkey if you have a day on the wall _I. Chapter 373. You can be like a monkey if you have a day on the wall _I. Divine World Demon Race Hall. The Blue One had just brought Li Wuxia into the hall. Then a demonic beast guard walked in from outside. Reporting to Master, the scouts have reported that they have found Mo Ba and the others. The Blue One heard the news as soon as it stepped into the hall, and its face was filled with joy. That's great. It seems that Senior Divine Monkey has already arrived. There was hope for the God Burial Mountain Range this time. Then, the Blue One looked at Li Wuxia. This guy was really strange. He had just invited him to the demon race's main hall. I have the information of Senior Godly Monkey. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Black Tortoise didn't have any ill intentions last time, he would probably be gone. It seemed like Li Wuxia was a jinx. He was just lucky last time. With this thought in mind, the Blue One slowly said to Li Wuxia, "Daoist Wuxia, I'm going to see a senior. How about we go together?" The Blue One didn't dare to leave Li Wuxia alone in the monster race hall. If he were to bring in any bad luck for the demon race's main hall, wouldn't it add insult to injury? Li Wuxia was delighted to hear the Blue Wan's words. Meet a senior? The fact that the Blue Wan could address him as a senior meant that he was a key figure in the demon race's main hall. He didn't expect to be able to get in touch with the other party's core circle as soon as he arrived. This damned luck of his. With this thought in mind, Li Wuxia quickly said to the Blue Wan, All right. Then, the Blue Wan took the lead and flew out. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian watched as Li Taibai moved his bamboo basket over. Looking at his exhausted appearance, Xiao Changtian covered his face. Fortunately, it was much better than the others. At least Li Taibai could carry it alone. Xiao Changtian comforted himself and took out a wooden stake from the bamboo basket. He placed it in front of him and walked to the shade of the tree in the courtyard. He picked up a tree root and said to Li Taibai, "Taibai, listen up. When dealing with prey, you have to understand their habits. When fighting with them, you must also grasp their vital points and hit them in one blow. Next, I'll demonstrate it to you." Although he did not know how to cultivate, his martial arts was still rated as the maximum level by the system. It should not be a problem for him to teach his disciple to deal with some wild beasts. Xiao Changtian waved the tree root in his hand and attacked the wooden stake in front of him. His methods were all aimed at the weak points. Li Taibai, who was watching from the side, was already mesmerized. In his eyes, Xiao Changtian had already merged with the world. The root in his hand was like a sharp sword. Every time he waved his hand, the spiritual qi between heaven and earth would automatically gather in Xiao Changtian's direction. Spirit qi surged, and the tip of the sword lit up. Every move contained the truth of the great Tao. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was the ruler of this world. Li Taibai could feel that no matter who was standing in front of his master, he would not be able to do anything. They would be like the wooden board in front of their master, unable to move at all, and could only wait for the attack to descend. Ever since Xiao Changtian taught him the single sword strike, he had always thought that he had learned it well. However, after witnessing Xiao Changtian's teachings, Li Taibai realized how big the gap between him and Xiao Changtian was. Bang! Xiao Changtian sat down and hit the tree root on the wooden stake. At this moment, a sharp sword intent was released from the sky above the courtyard. Bang! The sword aura rippled in the air above the entire courtyard. Everyone within a few hundred miles felt their weapons tremble, as if they were afraid of something. Heavens, what kind of sword intent is this? Could it be that a sword cultivator has appeared in our demon race? Looking at this direction, it's the location of the demon race's main hall. Could it be that a god emperor has also appeared in the demon race's main hall? Some of the old demons in the deep mountains and old forests looked in the direction of the demon race's main hall and speculated. At this moment, Xiao Changtian looked at the crack on the wooden stake and felt helpless. Fortunately, he had just retracted his strength. Otherwise, this wooden stake would have been crippled. It seemed that the firewood in the courtyard was not very good recently. She should get Yifan to find some good trees when she went back. Then, Xiao Changtian handed the root to Li Taibai and said, "Taibai, I don't have high expectations for you." Li Taibai slowly took the root from Xiao Changtian's hand. He looked at the wooden stake in front of him with a serious face. Although the wooden stake in front of him was an immortal artifact, his master had high hopes for him. He couldn't disappoint him. When Mo Ba and the demonic beast guards who had been watching from the side heard Xiao Changtian's words, they swallowed a mouthful of water. This senior's requirements for his disciples were too. At this moment, the Blue Wan and Li Wushuang slowly flew toward the courtyard. Sensing the peerless sword essence coming from the courtyard, the Blue Wan's expression changed. Did something happen? Then, the Blue Wan sped up and flew towards the courtyard. Li Wushuang also felt the peerless sword intent. Just a moment ago, the sword at his waist had the urge to break out of its sheath. Li Wushuang gritted her teeth as she looked at the Blue Wan. "It's okay. I'm a lucky star now. I'll definitely be able to turn bad luck into good fortune. For the treasure, no, for the mission charge." Then, Li Wushuang turned into a streak of light and chased after him. Soon, the Blue Wan and Li Wushuang landed outside the courtyard. At this moment in the courtyard, Li Taibai had already attacked the wooden stake according to his own understanding of the moves that Xiao Changtian had just taught him. Xiao Changtian also looked at Li Taibai helplessly. This disciple of his was too untalented. It was such a simple move. It was fine if he could not learn it. More importantly, He couldn't even hit a wooden stake. As for Mo Ba and the demonic beast guards, they looked at Xiao Changtian's expression, as if he was not satisfied, and they were also trembling. Although this senior's disciples' moves were not as powerful as the moves that senior had just displayed. However, it was not something that ordinary people could block. With that move just now, he would probably be gone if he went up. Xiao Changtian looked at Li Taibai and waved at Monkey. Monkey, go and hit that wooden stake. When Monkey heard Xiao Changtian's words, he walked over eagerly. He punched the wooden stake. Bang! As Monkey's punch landed, a small groove appeared on the wooden stake. It seemed that his previous judgment was not wrong. The quality of the firewood was not good. Even a monkey could make a dent in it. Why couldn't this Taibai move? He couldn't figure it out. Then, Xiao Changtian looked at Li Taibai's sweating face and walked over to him. Taibai, rest for a while. I believe that you can be like a monkey one day. Although Taibai wasn't talented, he was hard-working. Xiao Changtian still believed that he would be able to do it one day. Chapter 374. Chapter 374. Lord Wugong God Burial Mountain Range is a done deal. _L. Chapter 374. Lord Wugong God Burial Mountain Range is a done deal. _L. Divine World within a courtyard. Li Taibai nodded to Xiao Changtian after hearing his words. Master had high hopes for him. He definitely couldn't disappoint him. One day, he would definitely be able to create a crack on his master's immortal artifact like Senior Divine Monkey. This time, his master brought him out to temper himself. Thinking of this, Li Taibai was filled with fighting spirit again. And all of this was taken in by Mo Ba and the few demonic beast guards. They finally understood why Xiao Changtian wasn't satisfied just now. It turned out that the senior wanted his disciple to be like that monkey and make a groove on the wooden stake. Wait, monkey. The few demonic beast guards suddenly felt that they had overlooked something. When they had received Xiao Changtian and the others, their attention had been focused on confirming Mo Ba's identity. He didn't even notice the monkey beside Xiao Changtian. Look! A demonic beast guard looked at the monkey that was slowly walking past the wooden stake and said to the others in fear. Following that, the other demonic beast guards also looked in the direction of his finger. They saw Monkey posing next to the wooden stake. Then, a huge phantom of a divine monkey appeared before their eyes. As soon as the divine monkey phantom appeared, a pressure from its bloodline made the few demonic beast guards tremble. He almost knelt down to worship her. Meanwhile, Mo Ba had already dodged to the side. This wasn't the first time he had felt the monkey's pressure. At this time, Xiao Changtian also walked to the wooden stake, intending to put it away. Seeing the monkey standing beside the wooden stake, Xiao Changtian picked it up. Go play by yourself, Xiao Changtian said. Then he moved the wooden stake to the bamboo basket, intending to fix it. After all, there was a crack and a groove on it. With Xiao Changtian's hug, the pressure of the divine monkey that had descended on the demonic beast guard also slowly dissipated. Sensing the pressure on his body dissipate, a demonic beast guard bowed respectfully to Monkey. They finally understood. That was the senior divine monkey they had been thinking about. No wonder Lord Blue Luan wanted them to come out and wait for Mo Ba. At this moment, the Blue Luan brought Li Wushuang to the outer area of the courtyard and caught sight of the scene inside. The Blue Luan finally understood. That peerless sword intent just now was not an attack from someone, but a senior teaching his disciple. Fortunately, in order to take care of the feelings of the seniors and the others, he arranged for them to come to this courtyard. After all, the residences of humans and demons were still different. Otherwise, in the demon race's main hall, which demon beast would be blind enough to provoke senior? It would probably be difficult for him to survive. When Li Wushuang saw the monkey in the courtyard, she shivered. Could this be the legendary divine monkey that killed the blood dragon, Qing Qiu, and Huang Yuan? He didn't expect that he would actually stand on the Blue Luan's side. Li Wushuang suddenly felt a little guilty at the thought of being a spy for Patriarch Wugong. And the peerless sword intent just now, just thinking about it made him shocked. Such important news had to be sent back quickly. With this thought in mind, Li Wuxuang quickly gathered her true qi and injected it into the insects on her body. Reporting to Lord Wu Gong, a peerless sword intent expert has appeared in the demon race's main hall. I'm afraid that the strength of the Blue Luan and the others. Let's go in. Before Li Wuxuang could finish her words, she was pulled into the courtyard by the Blue Luan. He had to keep an eye on Li Wuxuang, this jinx. If he accidentally offended Senior, that would be bad. And the divine monkey has returned. The current strength of the demon race's main hall, right? Unfavorable. Hurry up. Li Wuxuang wanted to say that it was disadvantageous for them, but the Blue Luan's voice sounded again. At the same time, the strength he used to pull Li Shuang's arm increased. Xiao Changtian was fixing a wooden stake on the steps when he saw the Blue Luan bringing Li Wuxuang in. Sigh. He didn't expect that even the women in Mo Ba's courtyard would have to go out to look for birds. These days it's really hard. It was really not easy to bring a family along. Looking at the way she was pulling the man behind her, he must be her son. Her son had grown up, yet she still had to bring him out to look for birds. Not easy, not easy. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian took the lead and said to the Blue Luan, I know. You guys stay here well. Leave the rest to me. Just like the demonic beast guards, Xiao Changtian also planned to let the Blue Luan and the others stay here. If the birds were gone, so be it. He would just go out and kill a few. Then, Xiao Changtian waved his hand at Li Taibai. Taibai, I'm here for them. I think you should go out and help them. Although Li Taibai wasn't good at fighting wooden stakes, Xiao Changtian still wanted him to go out and gain some experience. Perhaps at the critical moment, he could stimulate his potential and defeat a ferocious beast. Wasn't that what the books in his previous life had written? This way, the people in the courtyard would have meat to eat. Moreover, when he was accepted as a disciple, the system had given him a high evaluation of his talent. Even though this stupid system was not very reliable, Li Taibai also walked to Xiao Changtian and said, All right, master. When the Blue Luan heard Xiao Changtian's words, it also looked at him with gratitude. Thinking back to how Xiao Changtian had helped her break through to the God Emperor realm on the Tianyuan continent, the purpose of his visit was clearly within Senior's grasp. Although Senior didn't have Senior Divine Monkey's help, he didn't have the Divine Monkey's help. However, Senior's disciple was also unfathomable when he looked at her. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Li Wuxuang heaved a sigh of relief. According to this person's meaning, he did not intend to let the Divine Monkey participate in the God Burial Mountain Range tomorrow. Moreover, he didn't want to go either. That way, the Peerless Sword Cultivator and the Divine Monkey wouldn't make a move. Sending only one disciple, wasn't this person dragging things out too much? Li Wuxuang glanced at Li Taibai again and again. Then she walked to the side of a few demon beast guards. Brother, how does this senior's disciple's strength look in the courtyard? To be safe, she went one step further. Not satisfied. Senior doesn't seem to be satisfied with him. A demonic beast guard thought for a moment and slowly said. Li Wuxuang was delighted to hear this. Just as he had guessed, this person was too arrogant. He actually allowed his disciple to participate. That kid looked like he had only cultivated for a few years. It seemed that the God Burial Mountain Range was safe this time. With this thought in mind, Li Wuxuang quickly sent a voice transmission to the bug. Lord Wu Gong, this God Burial Mountain Range is a sure thing. Chapter 375. Chapter 375. Bringing disaster to the demon race's main hall so quickly. 1. Chapter 375. Bringing disaster to the demon race's main hall so quickly. 1. Divine Realm in the courtyard. Seeing Li Taibai walking out of the courtyard, Xiao Changtian thought of something and said to Li Taibai slowly, Taibai, remember to bring the old hen with you. Although Xiao Changtian hoped that Li Taibai would be able to stimulate his potential, it was still a small probability. It was better to let Li Taibai bring the old hen with him and create a trap. With the old hen as bait, a ferocious beast might take the bait. After all, didn't those ferocious beasts especially like to eat chicken? When Li Taibai heard Xiao Changtian's words, he nodded slowly. Standing beside Xiao Changtian, the green phoenix heard his words. He walked to Xiao Changtian and said slowly, "Senior, my beloved disciple isn't familiar with this place, so I'll lead the way." After all, the competition in the God Burial Mountain Range was the tradition of the demonic beast world. The Blue One was afraid that Li Taibai was not familiar with the rules. She also asked Xiao Changtian to bring her along. Xiao Changtian slowly nodded after hearing the Blue One's words. As expected, women were worried about their families. Xiao Changtian knew that even if he didn't let her go, she would still insist on going. In that case, it would be better to agree to him from the beginning. Moreover, Taibai's martial strength was indeed too low. It was good to have someone who was familiar with the roads in the mountains to lead the way. Then, Xiao Changtian said to Li Taibai, "Taibai, you should listen to this person's opinion when you're outside." Li Taibai saw Xiao Changtian pointing at the Blue One and nodded at her. "I wouldn't dare. I'm already very happy that you can help me." Seeing Xiao Changtian being so polite to her, the Blue One hurriedly responded. Xiao Changtian sighed when he saw the grateful look on the Blue One's face. The people in the mountains were simple and honest. Wugong Underground Palace. Patriarch Wugong sat cross-legged in the main hall. It seemed that he was resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, the bugs on his body also slowly flew up. It seems that Li Wushuang has already sent news from the monster race hall. Patriarch Wugong opened his eyes and looked at Patriarch Nine Nether and Patriarch Earth Python below as he spoke slowly to them. Then, Patriarch Wugong waved his hand, and a pale yellow true essence was injected into the worm. Li Wushuang's voice came out of the bug. Reporting to Lord Wugong, a peerless sword intent expert has appeared in the demon race's main hall. I'm afraid that the strength of the Blue One and the others. Peerless sword intent. Patriarch Wugong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python were all shocked when they heard Li Wushuang's voice transmission. Previously, they had also felt their weapons tremble. It turned out that an expert with peerless sword intent had appeared in the demon race's main hall. The sword was the master of weapons and the king of killing. It was one of the most powerful mantras. He did not expect it to appear in the demon race's main hall. From what Li Wushuang said, the Monster Clan Hall was attacked by a peerless sword intent expert. The Earth Python Patriarch stroked his beard and slowly said, "It seems so. Otherwise, why wouldn't Li Wushuang finish her sentence?" Apparently, the connection was cut off by a sword intent. As Patriarch Wugong said that, a smile appeared on his face. Looks like this Li Wushuang is really unlucky. She brought disaster to the monster race hall so quickly. Peerless sword intent. The Bloodsickle Empire was destroyed by a sword cultivator on the human side a while ago. I wonder what kind of damage it can cause to the demon palace. After listening to their conversation, old ancestor Jiuyo slowly analyzed the situation. There's no hurry. Li Wushuang has sent some other news. As he spoke, Patriarch Wugong continued to inject true essence into the insect. Then Wushuang's voice came from the bug. And the divine monkey has returned. The current strength of the demon race's main hall. Right. Unfavorable. What? Divine monkey? Upon hearing the name Divine Monkey, Patriarch Earth Python's body instinctively trembled as he cried out in surprise. The Divine Monkey killing 3 godly emperors in a row had a huge impact on them. What are you panicking about? Didn't you hear what Li Wushuang said? The monster race palace is at a disadvantage right now. Patriarch Wugong looked at Patriarch Earth Python and patted him on the shoulder. Looks like our analysis wasn't wrong. The Divine Monkey attacked the Monster Clan's main hall because of Li Wushuang. Upon hearing this voice transmission, old ancestor Jiuyo's mood lightened up. Men, go to the demon race hall and see if that little girl, Blue Wan, is dead. Then, old ancestor Nine Nether issued a series of orders. Is there any other news? After hearing the words of Old Ancestor Nine Nether and Old Ancestor Wu Gong, Old Ancestor Earth Python was a little embarrassed. He had indeed been frightened by the words Divine Monkey. There's another piece of news, Patriarch Wu Gong said. Li Wushuang's voice rang out as she poured in the last strand of true qi. Lord Wu Gong, this God Burial Mountain range is a sure thing. Hearing Li Wushuang's voice transmission, the three elders looked at each other and laughed. Since Li Wushuang had made such a promise, the Demon Clan Hall must have suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Peerless Swordsman and the Divine Monkey. Men, serve the wine and dishes. Feeling happy, Wu Gong also called the servants to start eating. On the other side, after Li Taibai left the courtyard, he followed Xiao Changtian's orders and kept the hen on his body. Blue Wan and Li Wushuang were standing beside Li Taibai. Young master, please follow me. After saying that, the Blue Wan stretched out her hand and waved. A spirit ship quickly grew from the Blue Wan's hand. Finally it floated in midair. The Blue Wan had spent a lot of money to buy this from the human race. Originally, with their demon race's personality, they usually transformed into their true forms when they traveled. That way, not only would it be faster, but it would also be able to deal with all kinds of variables at any time. However, Xiao Changtian had taken a carriage to the Beast Emperor Mountain Range. The Blue Wan had also prepared the spirit ship in advance. Then, the Blue Wan took the lead and boarded the spirit ship, followed by Li Wushuang and Li Taibai. After boarding the spirit ship, the Blue Wan slowly said to Li Taibai, "Young master, rest on this spirit ship for the night. I'll have to trouble you tomorrow." Li Taibai nodded at him. He brought the old hen to the room on the spirit ship. Since his master had asked him to help the demon beast and listen to her instructions, he had to be careful. Li Taibai naturally wouldn't go against his wishes. Li Wushuang watched as the spirit ship slowly flew away. Everything seemed to have settled down. He was also excited. It seemed that his luck was really good to the extreme. Once he stepped out, that peerless sword cultivator and the divine monkey wouldn't help. Instead, they were just a silly kid helping out. More importantly, he had already investigated. This kid's talent was average, and there was no aura on his body. He was simply not proficient in his skills. There was also the Blue Wan, who was actually so respectful to this brat. It seemed that becoming the commander of Wu Gong's underground palace would save his treasure. It was just around the corner. Li Wushuang stood on the deck of the spirit ship, feeling refreshed. Chapter 376. Chapter 376. The Eve of the Competition 1. Chapter 376. The Eve of the Competition 1. In the Divine Realm, on the spirit boat in mid-air, after the Blue Wan took Li Taibai onto the spirit ship, it flew towards the direction of the demon race's main hall. When they arrived outside the main hall, the Blue Phoenix also brought up the Blue Phoenix First Elder, and the others who were already outside the main hall. They placed great importance on the competition in the God Burial Mountain range. After boarding the spirit ship, although the Blue Phoenix's First Elder and the others did not know why the Blue Phoenix would use the human race's spirit ship to travel, they did not know why. Moreover, after scanning the spirit ship, he only found Li Wushuang. There was no sign of the divine monkey. There was only one God King, and a human. It seems that Master hasn't found Senior Divine Monkey after running around for the past few days. In that case, we can only fight with our lives on the God Burial Mountain range this time. A look of disappointment flashed across the Blue Phoenix First Elder's eyes, as she silently said in her heart. They looked at the Blue Wan who was controlling the spirit ship, and knew that she was under great pressure now. He did not go over to ask anything. According to the speed of this spirit ship, the time they went to the God Burial Mountain range was also the time for the competition. Therefore, after boarding the spirit ship, First Elder Green Phoenix and the others randomly found a seat on it. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, in a room on the spirit ship, Li Taibai's mind was filled with the scene of Xiao Changtian's attack in the courtyard. From time to time, he would stand up from the bed and gesture. At this moment, the old hen also jumped down from the table at the side. Kid, stop practicing and rest well. You still have to find ingredients tomorrow. Those things are not easy for you. The old hen looked in the direction of the God Burial Mountain Range and slowly transmitted her voice to Li Tai-bai. Li Tai-bai received Phoenix's voice transmission and smiled at him. Then he lay back on the bed. Since Senior Phoenix said that it was not easy for him, he would have to rest well and wait for tomorrow's challenge. At this moment, the hen threw a stone at Li Tai-bai. I just brought it out of the courtyard this time. You can also contact Master when the time comes. As soon as the old hen finished speaking, Li Tai-bai saw a stone on his stomach. The profound shadow stone modified by Master. Li Tai-bai looked at the stone in his hand and was about to ask the hen something. He saw that the old hen had already retreated to the side and was sleeping soundly. After playing with the stone in his hand, Li Tai-bai didn't dare to think about it anymore and fell asleep on the bed. A silent night. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the spirit ship, an ancient mountain range that was filled with a desolate aura slowly entered the eyes of the Green Phoenix and the others. Looking at the mountain range in front of them, first Elder Green Phoenix and the rest stood up from the ground. Then, the spirit ship slowly landed at the entrance of the mountain range. The spirit ship stopped. First Elder Blue Phoenix and the others suddenly felt as if they were facing death unflinchingly. They came to the side of the Blue One and slowly said to him, Master, don't worry. Even if we lose our lives, we will still protect the territory of the demon race's main hall. Ha ha ha. As soon as the Green Phoenix first elder and the others finished speaking, a mocking laughter sounded in the world. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a pale yellow whirlwind blowing past. Then Patriarch Wu Gong's figure appeared in front of them. Soon after, Old Master Nine Nether and Old Master Earth Python slowly appeared at the entrance of the mountain range with their respective troops. Blue One, did your demon race's main hall suffer some kind of calamity? You're actually using a human spirit ship to travel. Human spirit ships had always been disdained by the demons. The ancestor of the Earth Python laughed loudly when he saw the Blue One and the others. It seemed that the information Li Wuxia had sent was not wrong. The demon race's main hall was indeed attacked by the peerless swordsman and the divine monkey. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to the point of using a spirit ship to travel? Old Ancestor Nine Nether looked at the Blue Phoenix and the others with a cold smile. Morning. First Elder Blue Phoenix and the others were about to retort after being mocked by Patriarch Wu Gong and the others. She heard the sound of someone who had just woken up coming from behind her. It was Li Wuxia, who was on the spirit ship. When they saw Li Wuxia, First Elder Blue and the others were stunned at first, then their faces were filled with humiliation. Even if his lord had brought her here, she was too much of a disgrace to the monster clan. The Blue One was speechless when it saw Li Wuxia. It wasn't that she wanted to bring Li Wuxia over, but she was afraid that she would leave her in the monster race hall. If he didn't finish the competition, his hall would be gone. Bring him here and have Senior's disciples suppress him. After Li Wuxia appeared, Li Tai-bai and the hen slowly appeared in front of everyone. Look, there's a mortal in the demon race's main hall. One of the demonic beast guards under Patriarch Earth Python watched as Li Tai-bai slowly walked down from the spirit ship and laughed. It really is, ha ha ha. Mortal. Seeing Li Tai-bai, the demonic beasts under Old Ancestor Earth Python and Old Ancestor Nine Nether burst into laughter. Patriarch Wu Gong also mocked. Blue One, is there no one left in your main hall? You actually captured a mortal to make up the numbers. His gaze swept across Li Tai-bai, but there was no aura at all. He even had a hen with him. It was obvious that the Blue One had gone to a small human village to capture a mortal to make up the numbers. It wasn't like they hadn't captured the mortal Patriarch Wu Gong before. Therefore, they knew that the mortals in those villages liked to raise chickens. It seemed that the demon race's main hall had really suffered a lot of losses and needed mortals to make up for it. Unfortunately, the blue Luan did not die. However, looking at his appearance, he should be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In the face of Patriarch Wu Gong and the others' mockery, First Elder Blue Phoenix and the others also had ashen expressions. "Master, what's going on?" an elder of the Blue Luan asked. Li Taibai's appearance was clearly beyond their expectations. They did not go to the room last night. He had also looked at Li Taibai repeatedly just now, but there was no aura on his body. A mortal, no doubt. Even if they couldn't find Senior Divine Monkey, they didn't need a mortal to make up the numbers. Most importantly, they did not lack people. Elder Green Phoenix could not understand why Green Phoenix had brought a mortal over. The Blue One also took a step forward in the face of the elder's questioning and the mocking laughter from the other side. "Wu Gong, don't be too smug. With the young master here, you'll all have to wait for your defeat today." "Ha ha ha, what did you say? Calling a mortal a young master, and expecting a mortal to deal with us?" When the Earth Python Patriarch heard the Blue Luan's words, he could not stop laughing. First Elder Blue Luan, and the others were also a little surprised when they heard Blue Luan's words. None of them understood why the Blue Luan was so respectful to a mortal. His lord hasn't been attacked in the past 2 days. "Everyone, don't be anxious. Believe in my lord." At this moment, the first elder of the Blue Phoenix still transmitted his voice to everyone slowly to stabilize the morale of the army. At the same time, Patriarch Wu Gong's faint voice sounded. "Since you're all here, let's begin." Patriarch Wu Gong could not wait to divide the territory of the Demon Hall. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, Chapter 377 Entering the Mountain Array, The Hardest Trial? _L. Chapter 377, Chapter 377 Entering the Mountain Array, The Hardest Trial? _L. God World, God Burial Mountain Range. As soon as Patriarch Wugong said that, the people behind him and Patriarch Nine Nether became restless. It's finally about to begin. Thinking of those demonesses in the demon race hall, hee hee hee. Ha ha ha, we still like their master, the Blue One. Ha ha, brother, you're still the best. The mocking voices of Patriarch Wugong's subordinates rang out in the valley. When they arrived at the valley, a blue light lit up. Bang! As the light shone, the rocks around the valley fell. A large array rose in front of the Blue Phoenix and Patriarch Wugong. "Blue One, you can choose which path you want to take first." Patriarch Wugong looked at the formation in front of him and stood behind him with his hands. He said to the Blue Luan in an arrogant manner, "Master, let me go first." The Buried God Mountain Range was the training ground for demonic beasts. It wasn't a place where anyone could enter as they pleased. If they could not even enter the God Burial Mountain Range, then there was no need to talk about a competition. At this moment, Tai Zhuang stood out from behind the Blue Luan. He also wanted to take the lead. Yes, yes. Seeing the Blue Luan nod at him, Tai Zhuang also appeared in front of the formation in a flash. Arriving in front of the array, Tai Zhuang slowly condensed his true essence. His face turned red, and his body changed. Roar! A huge rhinoceros appeared in front of everyone. In order to raise the morale of his side, Tai Zhuang also directly used his full strength from the beginning. In his true form, the aura of the Divine Emperor enveloped the valley. For a moment, the subordinates of Patriarch Wugong, who had mocked the Blue Luan just now, were a little shocked. Tai Zhuang glanced at them and walked towards one of the passages. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared in the sky above the valley. It showed the situation that Tai Zhuang had encountered in the array. All the checkpoints in the God Burial Mountain Range had 2 entrances. It was to make it convenient for the Demon Juniors to compete. Moreover, the situations encountered at different entrances were different. Tai Zhuang entered the formation and saw a lava lake. Bang! 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 The lava lake in front of him was boiling, and the high temperature emitted by it could be felt through the light screen. Sigh! It seems that the heavens are really helping us. That guy in the demon race hall seems to be very awesome. I didn't expect to encounter the most difficult trial of fire as soon as I entered. That's right, that's right. I heard that he used to be a subordinate of the blood dragon demon Tharch. After the blood dragon fell, he joined the Blue Yuan. Sai, stop talking. This kind of fence-sitter deserves his bad luck. On the other side, the Blue Phoenix First Elder's face turned ashen when she heard the chattering of Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates. Tai Zhuang was one of the earliest people who had followed their Cyan Phoenix clan. Even though he was under the Blood Dragon, he still took good care of the Cyan Phoenix clan. If Patriarch Wu Gong and the others were not on the opposite side, First Elder Blue Phoenix would have gone over to fight. At this moment on the screen, Tai Zhuang also roared towards the sky. Roar! A powerful aura swept across the entire lake, shaking the lava on the surface of the lake. Then, the true essence on his body condensed and wrapped around his entire body. Then, he braced himself and rushed towards the surface of the lake. Bang! 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 Tai Zhuang walked on the surface of the lake, and his body was occasionally invaded by lava. By the time they reached the other side, there were already a few wounds on their bodies. Old Ancestor Wu Gong's subordinates burst into laughter when they saw Tai Zhuang's reaction. As expected, this guy looks awesome when he appears, but he's actually a noob. The Emperor God was considered one of the top combatants on both sides. Breaking into the mountain formation was already like this. It would be fine if they officially competed in the future. Old Ancestor Wu Gong saw that although Tai Zhuang had made it through, wounds had appeared on his body. A smile appeared on his face. The reason why Tai Zhuang had chosen to be the first one was to let Li Wushuang's bad luck befall the Blue Phoenix's camp. As expected, the Blue Yuan's men wanted to send a God Emperor to increase their strength. They had encountered the most difficult trial, and their arrogance had been suppressed in an instant. At this moment, Patriarch Wu Gong waved his hand. "Shao, you go." As soon as Patriarch Wu Gong finished speaking, a figure walked out from behind him. Seeing this figure, the subordinates behind Patriarch Wu Gong shouted, "Saint Child, Saint Child, Saint Child!" Wu Xiao, the holy son of Wu Gong's underground palace, had already reached the God Emperor realm at a young age. He was the next successor personally confirmed by Patriarch Wu Gong. Wu Xiao walked out from the crowd and bowed to Patriarch Wu Gong. Then, his figure flashed and he arrived in front of the entrance array. As soon as he stepped in, a screen lit up in front of everyone. Looking at the situation on the screen, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates sighed. As expected of the Holy Sun, he has the providence of the heavens. Compared to that big guy just now, the moment he entered, it was the simplest trial of earth. That's right. The heavens have blessed my underground palace. Even Old Master Abysmal and Old Master Earth Python looked at the light screen with delight. At the level of a God Emperor, it was very rare for one to encounter an earthly trial. On the other side, the First Elder of the Green Phoenix was also furious after hearing their words. Patriarch Wu Gong's luck was indeed better. On the screen, Wu Xiao looked at the ground in front of him, and the huge rocks that moved from time to time. The pale yellow true essence on his body lit up, and he used the movement technique of Wu Gong's underground palace. In a few breaths, he easily dodged the attacks of the giant rocks and passed through the formation. After Wu Xiao passed, Patriarch Wu Gong said to the Blue Phoenix and the others, "Blue Yuan, see you in the God Burial Mountain Range." After Tai Zhuang entered, the trial on the Blue Yuan's side could no longer be changed. In other words, if Blue Phoenix and the others wanted to enter the God Burial Mountain Range, everyone had to pass the fire trial. As soon as he finished speaking, Patriarch Wu Gong was about to lead the people around him to challenge the earthly trial. When Old Ancestor Nine Nether and Old Ancestor Earth Python walked past the Blue Phoenix and the others, he also smiled maliciously. They were certain that the Blue Yuan must have been attacked by the peerless sword Xiao and the divine monkey. After entering the most difficult trial of fire, it was hard to say how many would come out. Right, remember to protect your mortals. As they were about to enter the array, Old Ancestor Juyo seemed to want something as he mocked the Blue Yuan. After hearing Old Ancestor Juyo's words, the great elder of the Blue Phoenix was furious. Master, I'll go. The Blue Yuan reached out and blocked his way, shaking its head at him. Although they had drawn the most difficult trial of fire, they had to enter the God Burial Mountain range. This was because if they did not enter, they would have to give up all the territory of the demon race's main hall. After Patriarch Wu Gong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python led their respective teams in, they were all stunned. The Blue Yuan waved her hand at the people behind her and walked into the array. Chapter 378, Chapter 378. 10 million Spirit Stones, Territory as a Bet. Chapter 378. 10 million Spirit Stones, Territory as a Bet. God World, God Burial Mountain Range. After entering the mountain entrance array, the Green Phoenix First Elder looked at the people behind her. Everyone, don't panic. Although they were all experts, Tai Zhuang, who was at the God Emperor realm, was injured when he went over. They were all a little worried. Li Wushuang followed closely behind the Blue Yuan. At this moment, he was also a little afraid, even though he was here to be a spy. However, he had to protect his life. The luck of this demon race hall was too bad. If he had known earlier, he would have been the first one to come. He thought that with his luck as a lucky star, he would definitely be able to obtain the earthly trial like Patriarch Wu Gong. At this moment, Li Taibai also saw the change in everyone's expressions. He said to the old hen in his arms, "Senior Phoenix, thank you." Li Taibai remembered Xiao Changtian's instructions to help the Blue Phoenix and the others. At this moment, the old hen also glanced at the Green Phoenix and the others. Then, they looked at the surface of the lake, and the boiling lava lake in front of them suddenly calmed down. What's going on? What just happened? This lake doesn't seem so scary anymore. An elder of the Blue Phoenix clan saw that the lake had calmed down and floated above it. After realizing that the lava below would not attack him, he quickly flew to the other side. After seeing a Blue Phoenix elder fly over unscathed, he was shocked. The other Blue Phoenix elders and the experts from the demon race main hall were also excited. Although they did not know what had happened, at least their worries had been resolved. In an instant, everyone had passed through the lake unscathed. At this time, Li Wushuang looked at the calm lake and felt a burst of joy. As expected, after he, a peerless lucky star, entered, everything was different. His luck suddenly improved, and even the lava lake gave way to him. Thinking of this, Li Wushuang smiled. When they arrived at the opposite shore, the Blue Yuan also glanced in Li Taibai's direction. She had a feeling that this change was definitely related to Senior Gung's disciple. When Li Taibai felt the Blue Yuan's gaze, he smiled back at him. On the other side, Patriarch Wu Gong and the others had also passed through the mountain entering array. He saw that the exit on the other side was empty. There was basically no one there except for Tai Zhuang, who had entered first. Do you think that the demi-human race's main hall will be wiped out in the trial of fire? Hey, let's make a bet. Guess how many people will come out from your side? A guard of Wu Gong's underground palace walked up to Tai Zhuang and said slowly, "Fighting was forbidden in the God Burial Mountain range, or they would be attacked by the restriction. What do you want to bet? Do you dare to bet 10 million spirit stones? I bet that all of us will come over." Tai Zhuang was also angry when he saw the group of guards in the underground palace. She gave him a big reward in an instant. Hearing Tai Zhuang's words, the guards of Wu Gong's underground palace were stunned. These 10 million spirit stones were their salary for several years. Then, the guards of Wu Gong's underground palace burst into laughter. This guy must be crazy about money. Alright, I guess at most half of the people from the demon race hall will come out. Alright, then I'll bet 1/3. A few guards of Wu Gong's underground palace gathered together, gloating. Although Tai Zhuang had bet with them on spirit stones, they felt that they had won. After I get the spirit stones, I'll go to the Happy Red Pavilion and have some fun. The guards of Wu Gong's underground palace had already begun to plan how to spend Tai Zhuang's spirit stones. As Patriarch Wu Gong was in a good mood, he did not control his subordinates too much. Over the years, Wu Gong's underground palace had been able to develop so quickly because Patriarch Wu Gong did not restrict the actions of his subordinates. As long as he could complete the mission, anything was fine. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to maintain his dignity, Patriarch Wu Gong would have thought of taking a gamble. 10 million spirit stones, it would be a waste not to take it. At this moment, a guard of Wu Gong's underground palace also arrived at the exit of the demon hall. They're out. I feel Lu waving at me. The guards of Wu Gong's underground palace looked at the exit of the demon race's main hall with anticipation. Whoosh, 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 blew one, and the others slowly landed on the ground one after another. 1, 2, 3 for what happened? The group of guards of Wu Gong's underground palace were dumbfounded when they saw Blue Wan and the others land. Just as Tai Zhuang had said, everyone had come. When Tai Zhuang saw the Blue Wan and the others coming over, he also walked over happily. Master, it's great that you're all fine. At this moment, the Blue Wan also saw the liver-colored faces of the demonic beast guards. Did something happen? When Tai Zhuang heard the Blue Wan's words, he also walked towards the guards of Wu Gong's underground palace. Everyone, if you're willing to bet, you must admit defeat. Don't forget that this is the God Burial Mountain Range. When he spoke, Tai Zhuang even specially emphasized the God Burial Mountain Range. In the God Burial Mountain Range, any contract would be recognized by the restrictions here. If the guards of Wu Gong's underground palace didn't hand them over, the consequences would be unimaginable. What? Is your Wu Gong underground palace this kind of trash? Tai Zhuang said slowly to them with a smile on his face. At this moment, the guards of Wu Gong's underground palace looked at each other. Now there was no time to think about why the other party had all come out. Most importantly, they couldn't afford it. Patriarch Wu Gong also saw the situation here. He waved his hand and a universe bag flew towards Tai Zhuang. Take it. After all, he was his subordinate. Patriarch Wu Gong could not pretend that he could not see anything, could he? The few guards of Wu Gong's underground palace looked at Patriarch Wu Gong with gratitude, and then walked into the crowd. At this moment, Tai Zhuang received the universe bag from Patriarch Wu Gong. Instead, he walked over to Blue Wan and the others and distributed the spirit stones. After exchanging some words with Tai Zhuang, the demon race main hall also wanted to laugh when they saw Patriarch Wu Gong opposite them. The Blue Wan looked at the spirit stone in her hand, and then at Patriarch Wu Gong. These spirit stones should be quite a large sum for the underground palace of Wu. Patriarch Wu Gong waved his sleeve when he saw the Blue Wan's gloating gaze. Patriarch Wu Gong then changed the topic. Since all of you are here, let's place our bets. Put down your bet in front of the demon ancestors. When the Blue Wan heard Patriarch Wu Gong's words, it knew that the competition had just officially begun. After both sides placed their bets, the stone statues of the demon ancestors in front of them would issue questions according to their situation. The winner would receive the other party's bet. This was also to make the resources within the demon race more reasonable. Then Patriarch Wu Gong said loudly, Wu Gong Underground Palace, the wager is 1/4 of the territory. Chapter 379. Chapter 379. Chessboard Duel. Is there no one in the Demon Clan's main hall? _L. Chapter 379. Chessboard Duel. Is there no one in the Demon Clan's main hall? _L. God World, God Burial Mountain Range. When the Blue Wan heard Patriarch Wu Gong's words, it smiled at him. Li Taibai nodded at him. The Blue Wan also walked forward, raised its head and puffed out its chest. It slowly said to Patriarch Wu Gong, 1/4 of the territory of the demon race's main hall. After saying that, the Green Phoenix looked in the direction of Old Ancestor Abysmal and Old Ancestor Earth Python. Old Ancestor Earth Python and Old Ancestor Nine Nether looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Then they slowly said to the Blue Phoenix, Nine Nether Mountain, 1/4 of the territory bet. 1/4 of the territory of the Earth Python Mountain bet. As the demon race's main hall was previously guarded by the three godly emperors, Blood Dragon, Qingqiu, and Huang Yuan. Therefore, their territory was several times larger than Wu Gong's underground palace. A quarter of the territory was about the same as the territories of Patriarch Wu Gong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python combined. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blue Phoenix, Patriarch Wu Gong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python all emitted a ray of light from their bodies. It was injected into the stone statue of the demon ancestor in front of them. The bet is settled. An old and weathered voice slowly sounded throughout the entire God Burial Mountain range. Then, a ray of light shot out from the eyes of the kangaroo stone statue. An array disc appeared between Blue Luan and Patriarch Wu Gong. Wow, it's actually a chessboard. I didn't expect this battle to be so difficult. Seeing the chessboard between the Blue Luan and Patriarch Wu Gong, both sides whispered to each other. Seeing the chessboard, a smile flashed across Patriarch Wu Gong's face. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, an old figure walked out from the crowd behind Patriarch Wu Gong. This is the Heavenly Dog Clan's Skyer Entertainment. Seeing the figure standing beside Patriarch Wu Gong, a Blue Phoenix elder exclaimed. The Heavenly Hound clan was one of the few demon clans, in the demonic beast world, that were good at chess. It was rumored that the Heavenly Hound clan claimed to be second in chess, but no one in the entire demonic beast world dared to claim to be first. Even the chess experts of the human race were defeated by the Heavenly Hound clan. As for Tianyi, he was the current clan leader of the Heavenly Hound clan, and the #1 chess player in the demonic beast world. Upon seeing this figure, the experts from the demon race's main hall behind the Blue Luan revealed a trace of despair. It was as if they knew what the outcome would be without even comparing. Are we going to lose a quarter of our territory? When old ancestor Jiyo saw Skyart, he was delighted. Brother Wu Gong, you are indeed the #1 person in the God Burial Mountain range. Old Master Nine Nether cupped his fists at Old Master Wu Gong, before looking at the other side. Blue Luan, who do you plan to let out to break the situation? If it doesn't work, then don't waste everyone's time, and obediently admit defeat. That's right, obediently admit defeat. As soon as old ancestor Nine Nether finished speaking, the subordinates behind him also joined in the commotion. The Blue Phoenix First Elder looked at the opposite side, and looked around. He realized that everyone had a look of despair on their faces as they lowered their heads. He sighed in his heart, and said to the Blue Luan, Master, let me go up and meet them first. The Blue Luan nodded at the First Elder when it heard his words. At this moment, Skyer Entertainment looked at the Blue Phoenix First Elder. With your chess skills, you go first. Skyer made an inviting gesture to the Blue Phoenix Grand Elder. The Blue Phoenix First Elder took a deep breath, and looked at the chess game in front of her. True essence flowed out of his sleeves and slowly poured into the chessboard. Then the entire chessboard lit up. Then the Blue Phoenix First Elder was brought into a spiritual world. In the space where the Blue Phoenix First Elder was located, black and white chi condensed and rippled around his body. Umph! The Blue Phoenix First Elder snorted coldly, and condensed the true essence on her body to attack this space. Bang! A chain hit the barrier of this space. Then, lines of light suddenly lit up under the Green Phoenix First Elder's feet. It formed a complete chessboard, and the black and white chi on it attacked the First Elder of the Green Phoenix. Not good, the Blue Luan said in her heart. Then she quickly dodged to the side. As the Blue Phoenix First Elder operated in the chessboard world. In the outside world, the chessboard in front of the Blue Phoenix and Patriarch Wu Gong was also spinning. The chess pieces on the chessboard were also constantly moving. After stabilizing her body, the First Elder of the Green Phoenix once again searched the chessboard. This time, the black and white gas formed a giant dragon and bit at him. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was knocked out of the spiritual world. The chess pieces on the chessboard stopped moving after First Elder Blue Phoenix was knocked out of the mental energy world. Grand Elder, Seeing the injured first elder of the Cyan Phoenix clan, a few elders of the Cyan Phoenix clan also walked over to support him. Skyart looked at the Blue Phoenix Grand Elder and said slowly, "Not bad. To be able to break through 2 rounds in a row, you have some skill." Then Skyart also took a step forward. Just like Elder Qinghuan, he injected his true essence into the chessboard. The chess pieces on the chessboard began to move. In a short while, it surpassed the level that the Blue Phoenix First Elder could just reach. When the old ancestor Earth Python saw this situation, he slowly said to the Blue Yuan, "Blue Yuan, looks like you're going to lose this round. I'm looking forward to a quarter of the demon race's main hall." Tai Zhuang's eyes widened in fury as the Earth Python ancestor's words sounded. "Ground Python, don't be too proud. Oh, is there anyone else here to break the situation? Ha ha ha." Accompanied by the laughter of the Earth Python Patriarch, Skyart also broke through 6 rounds in a row. After escaping from the chessboard world, Skyart Entertainment looked completely unharmed. Skyart Entertainment's clan leader is really powerful. It seems like we're going to win this round. Yay, when the time comes, I will definitely tell the ancestor and strive to rule a small piece of territory in the Demon Race Hall. Haha, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Following that, Patriarch Wu Gong walked to Skyart Entertainment's side with a smile on his face as he looked at Blue Yuan. "Blue Yuan, you've seen it for yourself. Grandmaster Feng Tianyi is much more useful than your Grand Elder. How is it? Are there still people from your side who want to fight? If you don't, I'll help you take over a quarter of the territory of your Demon Race main hall." The Blue Yuan looked around at its own camp after hearing Patriarch Wu Gong's words. "Brat, it's your turn." In the crowd, the old hen lay in Li Taibai's arms and said slowly to him, "Ah, but I don't know how to play chess." Li Taibai received Phoenix's voice transmission and said in embarrassment, "It's okay. I'm here." The old hen replied casually. After receiving Phoenix's voice transmission, Li Taibai nodded and walked out. Seeing Li Taibai walk out from the crowd, the Blue Yuan was also delighted. Chapter 380, Chapter 380. Li Taibai can't do it? Skyart Entertainment. Chapter 380. Li Taibai can't do it? Skyart Entertainment. Taking action personally 1. God World, God Burial Mountain Range. The Blue Yuan saw Li Taibai walking out of the crowd and said to him slowly, "Thank you, young master." Li Taibai nodded at him. On the other side, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates saw Li Taibai walking forward. "Isn't this the mortal I saw at the entrance? How did he get here after passing the fire trial?" "Who cares? I think there's no one in the Demon Race Hall. They're relying on a mortal to support the scene." "Ha ha ha, do you think he has true essence?" Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates chattered away as Skyart Entertainment saw Li Taibai standing across from them. He shook his head and slowly said to him, "Mortal, don't delay yourself. You don't have the qualifications to come into contact with this kind of situation." He looked at Li Taibai with disdain and closed his eyes. "Wu Gong, are the people on your side so talkative? Are they afraid?" Looking at Li Taibai, the Blue Yuan didn't know why. She felt an inexplicable confidence in herself. She believed that they would win if Li Taibai made a move. Before Patriarch Wu Gong could reply, Patriarch Earth Python heard what Blue Yuan said. He also held his stomach and laughed out loud. "Blue Yuan, what did you say? Why would I be afraid of a mortal child like you? Otherwise, when that kid enters the chess game, he won't even know how he died." The Green Phoenix and the other elders also had furious expressions when they heard Patriarch Earth Python's words. There's no point in saying more. Li Taibai looked at the people opposite him indifferently. Then, a stream of true essence lit up in his hand and poured into the chessboard. Immediately, Li Taibai entered the chessboard world. "Look, that kid seems to have some true essence. Why can't I feel his aura?" "Of course I can't sense it. From what I see, he is just a disciple who hasn't even reached the low-level deity level. Isn't it normal that I can't sense it? It seems that this kid doesn't listen to my advice and is just waiting to die." When Patriarch Wugong's subordinates saw Li Taibai enter the chessboard world, they looked at him with disdain. At this moment, the chess pieces on the chessboard also moved. Master Skyart slowly opened his eyes and looked at the moving pieces on the board. It's quite something. After saying that, he received a voice transmission. Skyart, look at that kid. He's from the human race. Master Skyart immediately replied after receiving Patriarch Wugong's voice transmission. Brother Wugong, don't worry. Although that kid has some skills, that's all. It's more than enough to deal with him. On the other side, after the first elder of the Blue Phoenix stabilized her injuries, she was stunned. Looking at the moving chess pieces on the chessboard, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Pulling the arm of Elder Qingwan beside him, he said excitedly, My lord is my lord. You have foresight. We might still have hope. The other elders of the Blue Phoenix sect didn't know much about chess. Hearing the words of the first elder of the Blue Phoenix sect, they also looked at Li Taibai. There were also the moving chess pieces on the chessboard. Good job, mortal. Oh no, young master. It was unknown who spoke first, but the experts from the demon race's main hall also said, Young master, you can do it. Good job, young master. Young master, get rid of them. With their voices, the situation on the chessboard had been broken 4 times in a row. It had already surpassed the number of games that the Blue Phoenix First Elder had just broken. At the same time, in the chessboard world, Li Taibai held his long sword and looked at the black and white gas rippling around him. Senior Phoenix, where should we attack next? Li Taibai pointed his sword at the surroundings and said slowly to Phoenix, who was beside his feet. Little brat, don't worry. Let me think. I only know a little about it because I watched Buttface play chess. The old hen looked at the surrounding space and muttered, If I'm unhappy with this lousy space, I'll burn it down. As the old hen's voice fell, the surrounding black and white gas seemed to retreat a little. The old hen continued speaking to Li Taibai. Brat, you have to make good use of this opportunity. This black and white gas is perfect for body tempering. Anyway, they can't hurt you. If you bear it, you might be able to leave a mark on Master's wooden stake when you return. Hearing the old hen's words, Li Taibai's spirits were instantly lifted. Instead, it chased after the black and white gas around it. Bang! The black and white gas seemed to have sensed Li Taibai's provocation. It formed a giant dragon in the air and started fighting with Li Taibai. That's it. Look, isn't there a flaw now? The old hen looked at the sky in front of her and said slowly to Li Taibai. Then he pointed in a direction. Brat, attack there and this game will be over. Li Taibai also raised his sword when he heard the hen's words. True essence slowly gathered on the sword, and a sharp aura burst out from it. He swung his sword in the direction the old hen had pointed out. One strike will definitely hit. Whoosh! As soon as Li Taibai finished speaking, a sharp sword light appeared above him. Bang! The sword tip flew forward, and wherever it passed, cracks appeared in the space. The black and white gas sensed this power and seemed to be afraid. Without even thinking of resisting, the black and white dragon turned around and fled. You can't hide, Li Taibai said indifferently. Then, the sword light pierced through the black and white dragon's body as expected. At the same time, in the eyes of the outside world, Li Taibai had already broken 6 rounds in a row. The number of games that Master Skyart had just broken was almost surpassed. Young master, you're awesome. As Li Taibai continued to break through the situation, the cheers in the demon hall increased. On the other side, Patriarch Wugong's subordinates looked at Li Taibai in disbelief and shut their mouths. Was this guy really immortal? Even Patriarch Wugong couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Master Skyart. Skyart, are you sure there's no problem? I think that kid is not simple. When Skyart Entertainment received Patriarch Wugong's words, they began to look at the chessboard in front of them with a serious expression. Because he had just seen an extremely ridiculous thing. One of the chess pieces on the chessboard disappeared. Even if he broke the game, he wouldn't have smashed the chess pieces into thin air. He must have used some special methods. Master Skyart thought to himself, as he cupped his fists at Patriarch Wugong. Brother Wugong, don't worry. I will personally play a game with him. When he heard that Skyart Entertainment was going to play against Li Taibai, Patriarch Wugong nodded at him. Following that, Master Skyart also injected a surge of true essence into the chessboard. With a Grandmaster from Skyart Entertainment personally taking action, even if that kid is strange, he will definitely lose. Yes, you can do it, Master Skyart. With Master Skyart personally helping out, Patriarch Wugong's subordinates followed suit and shouted. Chapter 381. Chapter 381. Skyart's True Essence Burning Peak Match? Chapter 381. Skyart's True Essence Burning Peak Match. 1. God World God Burial Mountain Range. In the chessboard world, Li Taibai looked at the black and white gas that he had killed. Sweat also appeared on her face. The longer she went, the longer it took for the old hen to break through. The longer Li Taibai cultivated his body, the longer it took. After the black and white dragon was killed by Li Taibai's sword. At this moment, a voice descended from the chessboard world. If a player breaks the game with brute force instead of chess, it will be considered a violation. Violators will be deemed to have failed the bet. Li Taibai also glanced at the hen. Senior Phoenix, this. Did I see wrongly just now? The old hen looked at the space in front of her, and thought slowly. Hearing Li Taibai's words, he said to the other, Kid, it was an accident just now. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared in this space. It was Master Skyart, who had just entered. The moment Master Skyart appeared, a screen of light also appeared. It separated Li Taibai from Master Skyart and the others. Obviously, this chessboard world wanted them to break through each other's traps and not disturb each other. Looking at Li Taibai, Master Skyart also glanced at him. Then, the true essence in his body gushed out and intertwined with the black and white gas. He went to solve the chess game that he had not solved before. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Master Skyart broke through the situation once again. The chess pieces on the chessboard moved again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chess pieces moved one by one, and Skyart immediately broke 2 rounds in a row. Like I said, Master Skyart held back. I think that the human just now was able to break out of this situation. He should have reached his limit. With Master Skyart here, we will definitely win. After Skyart Entertainment entered the chessboard world, the chess pieces moved again, and broke a few sentences. Patriarch Wugong's morale also rose. At this moment, compared to the Skyart Master, Li Taibai was not on the losing end. However, the speed of breaking the situation was a little slower. Look at that human on the other side. He's clearly at a bottleneck. Otherwise, why would he be so slow? That's right. You think that a human can defeat us? Go home and dream. Seeing that Skyart Entertainment had the upper hand, Patriarch Wugong's subordinates mocked the experts in the Demon Hall. At this moment, in the chessboard world, Skyart Entertainment's Patriarch was already sweating as he wiped his face. Looking at Li Taibai, he let out a sigh of relief. It was a chess game that he had just broken. It seemed that he was still in the lead. It seemed that the disappearance of the chess piece just now was an accident. On the other side, the old hen also felt Skyart's gaze and looked at him. What was going on? Being stared at by the old hen, Skyart could feel the true essence in his body. They were all burning unconsciously. Ah! Quickly stop. Skyart could feel the changes in his body, and let out a scream. At this moment, in the chessboard world, a phoenix with endless fire rippling around its body was soaring in the sky. A loud and clear phoenix cry sounded. The entire chessboard space trembled. When Master Skyart saw Phoenix suddenly appear, his eyes were filled with panic. What was going on? Was it that old hen? Impossible! How could that hen be a divine beast phoenix? Master Skyart was roaring in his heart. The true chi burning in his body was indeed uncontrollable. Li Taibai looked at the panicking Skyart Entertainment, and a hint of pity flashed across his eyes. Of all people, you had to provoke Senior Phoenix. One must know that Senior Phoenix was the kind of person who often fought in the courtyard. Li Taibai remembered the scene where the black tortoise and the phoenix fought. They didn't dare to get close to that scene. What's wrong? Why is Master Skyart sweating so much? In the outside world, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates looked at Skyart Entertainment, who was sweating profusely, and hurriedly said, "Are you stupid?" Of course Skyart Entertainment's grandmasters would be tired after breaking through. Also, it's normal to sweat under the sun. One of his subordinates immediately walked out. "Come, shout with me. Master Skyart, invincible, unafraid of the sun's rays, we must win." Under the lead of one of Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates, the other subordinates shouted one after another. Meanwhile, the experts from the monster race main hall behind the Blue Luan saw that the pieces on Skyart Entertainment's chessboard were not moving. Meanwhile, Li Taibai's chess pieces were still moving. It's just a bluff. Young Master can definitely catch up to Skyart Entertainment. A blue phoenix elder looked at the chessboard, and Li Taibai in front of him, his eyes full of trust. At this moment, Master Skyart's screams from within the chessboard continued. His eyes were already filled with fear. If he knew that there was a divine beast like the phoenix in the demon race's main hall, no matter what reward Elder Wu Gong promised him, he would never come. At this moment, the black and white gas in the chessboard world slowly condensed, and a great rock appeared in space. As soon as the great rock appeared, it bowed slightly to the phoenix. "Senior Phoenix, see if you can let him go. For such a thing to happen in my chessboard space." Phoenix looked at the great rock in front of her, and her eyes flickered. "I know your difficulties. You're staying in this group of stone statues, right? I see that your Dao fruit is almost full, so I'll give you face." As she spoke, Phoenix flapped her wings. Immediately, the flames that descended on this space completely disappeared. Strictly speaking, this great rock could be considered his junior, the Yin-Yang bird. When the Yin-Yang bird saw the phoenix put away its divine power, it also showed a grateful expression. The Yin-Yang bird was about to say something to the phoenix when it saw the phoenix flapping its wings at it. "I know what you want to say. How about this? I'll be a human until the end. I won't bully him. Let us play a game with him. Don't worry, I won't use divine arts. One won't make a move either. It'll all be done by this brat behind me." As she spoke, the phoenix flapped her wings and pulled Li Taibai over. At the same time, he looked at Skyart Entertainment with contempt. The Yin-Yang bird hesitated for a moment before turning to Skyart Entertainment. "Senior Phoenix's suggestion, do you think it's okay?" Skyart Entertainment's body had already adjusted a little, and they were now being stared at by the Yin-Yang bird. He looked at Li Taibai and Phoenix and nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself. It seemed that the owner of this chessboard space still valued rules. Although you are a phoenix, so what? You still have to follow the rules. In chess, he had never been afraid of anyone. "I will definitely return the pain you just inflicted on me 1,000 times over." Chapter 382. Chapter 382. Please help Master 1. Chapter 382. Please help Master 1. God World, God Burial Mountain Range. Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates looked at Master Skyart before them. "Look, the sweat on Master Skyart's body is slowly dissipating. I knew it, he must have been too tired just now. Master is awesome." At this moment, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates shouted again. As they shouted, the chessboard between Li Taibai and Master Skyart suddenly changed. Bang! 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 In the valley, a series of gravel fell, and the position of the chessboard kept changing. Then, a brand new chessboard appeared between Li Taibai and Master Skyart. Seeing the changes in front of them, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates whispered among themselves. "What happened? Why did the chessboard change? Look at this chessboard. It seems like Master Skyart is going to play against that mortal." "Really? Don't lie to me. This master will definitely beat him up." Patriarch Wu Gong was also staring blankly at the changes in front of him. Playing chess on the chessboard was good too. It was Skyart Entertainment's forte. In the demonic beast world, there were many people who played chess with Skyart Entertainment, but none of them could beat him. When the blue wand saw the changes in the chessboard, its gaze turned sharp. Then a dignified voice echoed in the valley. In front of the blue phoenix and patriarch Wu Gong, the stone statue's body lit up slightly. Due to the change in strength of both sides, the game will be changed to a game of chess. Please prepare your own chess pieces. On the chessboard, the person who loses will have 500 years of cultivation cut off and applied to the winner. The yin-yang bird's voice echoed in the minds of the two groups before disappearing from the world. The demon ancestors have shown their spirits. In that case, I'll go up and be a chess piece. With 500 years of cultivation, I might be able to break through. One of Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates said excitedly as he walked onto the chessboard. You guys go too. After Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates left one after another, Patriarch Nine Nether and Patriarch Earth Python said to their subordinates. How could they miss the opportunity to gain cultivation for free? At this moment, the Blue Wand looked at the experts in the demon race hall behind her. Tai Zhuang walked out first. Master, let me be the chess piece. I believe that young master can defeat Skyart Entertainment. After saying that, Tai Zhuang's figure flashed, and he appeared on the chessboard. After Tai Zhuang went up, the experts from the demon race main hall looked at each other. Li Taibai walked up to the chessboard. Meanwhile, in the chessboard world, Li Taibai and Master Skyart were each in charge of one side. As for the subordinates of Patriarch Wu Gong and the experts of the demon hall who had entered, they stood in various positions on the chessboard. There was a mysterious force that restrained them, making them unable to move. Their actions were completely under Li Taibai and Master Skyart's control. At this moment, Li Taibai said to Phoenix beside him. Senior Phoenix, what should we do? I don't know how to play chess. Are you stupid? Do you still remember the stone I gave you? At this moment, the old hen patted Li Taibai's head. Then, Li Taibai took out the stone from his pocket. He slowly injected his true essence into it, and then a light lit up on the stone. At the same time, Xiao Changtian, who was far away in the courtyard of the Demon Clan Hall, also felt the stone in his interspatial ring flicker. Could it be that something happened to Jiu'er? The stone was made by Xiao Changtian and could be used to communicate at any time. Xiao Changtian also took out the stone from his interspatial ring. He remembered that he had only given this stone to Mu Jiuhuang. Then, Xiao Changtian pressed his finger on the stone, and a light screen appeared in front of him. Following the appearance of this light curtain, Mo Ba and a few demonic beast guards walked over from within the courtyard. This is the God Burial Mountain Range. Was this senior's divine power? Mo Ba and the demonic beast guards came to Xiao Changtian's side, their hearts also filled with shock. When Xiao Changtian saw Mo Ba and the others, he slowly said to them, Do you want to see it? At this moment, Li Taibai's voice was heard through the profound shadow stone. Master, I've encountered some trouble here and need you to resolve it. Hearing Li Taibai's voice, Xiao Changtian was stunned. He thought that Jiu'er was looking for him for something. He did not expect it to be Taibai. Didn't this guy go to help find birds and catch wild beasts? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian also looked at the screen. On the screen, an old man stood opposite Li Taibai, and there was a chessboard between them. It turned out that Taibai was playing chess with someone. No wonder he wanted to ask for help. He didn't even know that Taibai wasn't proficient in chess at all. Leave it to me. Xiao Changtian was also sitting on the ground, looking at the chessboard on the screen with interest. His Go skills had been specially trained by the system. She had even played with Alpha in the yard before, so she was still very confident. Beside Xiao Changtian, Mo Ba and the demonic beast guard were looking at the chessboard, their eyes filled with shock. This chessboard was made up of people. How big of a game was Senior planning to play? In the chessboard space, Li Taibai was also excited after hearing Xiao Changtian's message. Please. Li Taibai made an inviting gesture to Master Skyart. Arrogant. Master Skyart then pointed his finger at the ground. Then, one of Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates walked to the next grid without any warning. Xiao Changtian looked at the chess pieces on the screen and smiled. He pointed at the screen, and an expert from the Demon Clan Hall moved on the chessboard. Li Taibai looked at his side, and saw that he didn't need to do anything at all. With his master's ability, controlling the chessboard from afar was nothing. Meanwhile, Phoenix crouched on the ground and closed her eyes. It seemed like she was going to sleep. Very quickly, Master Skyart and Xiao Changtian walked a few steps towards each other. Unfortunately, he's still too inexperienced. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian said slowly. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed. An expert in the demon race hall moved. At this moment, one of Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates was kicked out of the chessboard. At the same time, a force descended on his body. No, my cultivation. Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinate sensed the changes in his body and shouted. Then, an expert from the demon race's main hall felt his cultivation become more solid. Looking at Li Taibai's figure, his eyes were filled with gratitude. At this moment, Master Skyart was enraged. All right, kid, just you wait. Master Skyart glanced at Li Taibai, and Li Taibai shrugged. It was as if he did not know anything. Seeing Li Taibai's expression, the Skyart master was even more furious, and clutched his chest. With a wave of his hand, a subordinate of old ancestor Juyo moved on the chessboard. Chapter 383. Chapter 383. Master of Heavenly Arts defeated, Grandmaster Wu Gong attacks. Chapter 383. Master of Heavenly Arts defeated, Grandmaster Wu Gong attacks. God World, God Burial Mountain Range. My cultivation. Ah. A subordinate of Patriarch Wu Gong flew out from the chessboard. Looking at his hands, his eyes were filled with shock. Patriarch Wu Gong's expression gradually darkened as he looked at his subordinates, who were constantly eliminated from the chessboard. This human. Patriarch Wu Gong clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Li Taibai on the other side of the chessboard. His eyes revealed some killing intent. At this moment, Master Skyart was also waving his hands in the air. On the chessboard, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates and Patriarch Nine Nether's subordinates also moved. Brat, I'll show you what real chess is. Master Skyart said to Li Taibai, as he looked at Wu Gong's subordinates who were being eliminated. When Li Taibai heard Master Skyart's words, he gave him the middle finger. You. When the Skyart master saw Li's reaction, he was enraged and waved his hands. The chess pieces on the chessboard moved faster. Xiao Changtian, who was far away in the courtyard, looked at the screen in front of him and shook his head. Sai, with your attitude you can't say that you're proficient in chess, right? You're simply **T. Then he pointed his finger at the light screen, and casually commanded it. The experts in the Demon Race Hall also moved along with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the experts in the Demon Hall moved, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates were also continuously kicked out. It's over. In the chessboard world, the old hen opened her eyes and looked at the chessboard in front of her. Aha! A series of miserable cries rang out from Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates. Then, Master Skyart looked at the chessboard in front of him. Impossible, impossible. I, Skyart Entertainment, have never met a worthy opponent in the demonic beast world. How could I lose to a nameless junior? Master Skyart kept waving his hands around, his words sounding a little crazy. No, I'm going to kill you. I'll be the strongest after killing you. As soon as Master Skyart finished speaking, he leaped up and was about to attack Li Taibai. At this moment, Li Taibai's gaze turned cold as he drew his sword. The sword was unsheathed, and a fierce aura emerged from Li Taibai's body. One strike will definitely hit. Li Taibai swung his sword, and a sword light appeared above his head. Master Skyart's eyes widened as he looked at the incoming sword energy. Just as he was about to turn around and flee, a piercing sword light pierced through Skyart's body. You're not immortal at all. Master Skyart looked at Li Taibai and pointed at him. Then, a ray of light descended on the chessboard world. They sent Li Taibai, Master Skyart, and the others out of the chessboard world. Whoosh! A ray of light returned to Li Taibai's body. Immediately, the people outside saw Li Taibai's body move. Young master! Young master! The experts from the demon race's main hall had already arrived beside Li Taibai. They looked at him with admiration and gratitude in their eyes. At this moment, Li Taibai was surrounded by the experts of the demon race's main hall. Xiao Changtian's voice came through the profound shadow stone. Taibai, what's going on? Why is it so noisy over there? In the future, just leave these matters to me. In the courtyard, Xiao Changtian said slowly to the profound shadow stone. It just so happened that his chess and painting skills were usually his own entertainment. It was good to have someone like her. But that guy just now was too weak. Mo Ba and the demonic beast guard beside Xiao Changtian had already opened their mouths wide. He didn't know what to say. What did they just see? The chess master of the demonic beast world, Tianyi, was easily defeated by a senior. Moreover, looking at Senior's appearance, it seems that the other party is very weak. It turned out that Senior was not only a peerless sword cultivator, but also a chess master. No wonder the Blue Phoenix Lord respected him so much. Moreover, Senior is such a good person. It seems that Senior's situation far exceeds our imagination. Mo Ba looked at Xiao Changtian. Only he knew. Senior, you have another terrifying skill. Your archery skills are extremely powerful. At this moment, Xiao Changtian saw Mo Ba and the demonic beast guards and smiled at them. It's just some self-cultivation things. There's nothing high-grade. Xiao Changtian slowly explained when he saw their expressions. These chess and drawing skills could still be used to show off in front of outsiders. However, Xiao Changtian didn't know how strong he was when he met a real expert. Moreover, this was the cultivation world. These things were not of much use. If he met an immortal cultivator and didn't like him, he would kill him in minutes. When Mo Ba and the others heard Xiao Changtian's words, they also smiled at him. It seems that to Senior, becoming a Go Master is just the starting point. What kind of strength did that Senior have now? It was likely that the entire divine world would tremble with a single piece. In the God Burial Mountain Range, Li Taibai looked at the experts of the demon hall beside him. Everyone make way. My master is looking for me. Li Taibai struggled out of the crowd and said to them slowly. I don't know what master said just now, but master looks very happy. I'll just ask master for help later. What? Young master has a master? Young master is already a chess master. So what level is his master at? A chess grandmaster is the kind of existence that can shake the divine realm with a single move. The experts of the demon race main hall discussed. Their eyes were filled with joy as they looked at each other. At this moment, when the Blue One heard Li Taibai's words, Xiao Changtian's shadow appeared in her mind. The divine realm probably wouldn't even be a concern for Senior. Perhaps only the legendary grandmasters would have the chance to enter Senior's eyes. On the other side, Patriarch Wu Gong looked at his subordinates and complained. Looking at Master Skyart, his eyes were filled with uncertainty. She walked over and placed her hand on his shoulder. Bang! Master Skyart's body spurted out a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto Patriarch Wu Gong's body. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention. The experts from the demon hall looked at Patriarch Wu Gong and said, Wu Gong, are you a sore loser? Let me tell you, it's useless to silence him. That's right. What kind of character is that? It seems that those who work with you in the future have to be careful of their own lives. For a moment, the voices of the demons in the main hall attacking Patriarch Wu Gong continued. On Patriarch Wu Gong's side, the gazes of Patriarch Nine Nether and Patriarch Earth Python changed slightly. Listen to me, I didn't do it. Patriarch Wu Gong looked at Patriarch Nine Nether and Patriarch Earth Python and explained to them through voice transmission. He couldn't figure out why his hand touched it when he walked past. Skyart Entertainment's own people were gone. Following that, the Skyart Master's gaze towards Li Taibai also turned sharp. This human was not simple. Chapter 384 Chapter 384 Spirit Beast Arena, Li Taibai Must Die? _L. Chapter 384 Spirit Beast Arena, Li Taibai Must Die? _L. God World God Burial Mountain Range. The Blue One looked at Patriarch Wu Gong staring at Li Taibai and walked up to him, saying slowly, Wu Gong, what are you trying to do? This is the God Burial Mountain Range. As the Blue One's voice sounded, the demon stone statue in front of them lit up. Then, the territory token that he had placed in the beginning started to float, and finally landed in the Blue One's hand. When Patriarch Wu Gong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python saw this scene, their expressions darkened. The subordinates behind them looked very depressed when they saw this scene. He casually swept his gaze over him and waved his sleeve. Then, he took a step forward and slowly said to the green Luan opposite him, God Burial Mountain Range, we are naturally willing to lose. Next, let's make a big bet. As he spoke, Patriarch Wu Gong took out a complete token from his interspatial ring. He placed the stone statue in front of him, and slowly said to Qingwan, my bet is the entire territory of Wu Gong's underground palace. Patriarch Wu Gong's words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. Immediately, whispers broke out in Wu Gong's underground palace. It seems that the ancestor is going to personally take action. Let's see what the Demon Race Hall says. Don't look at how the forefather has invested all his territory. It seems that the forefather is absolutely confident. As the words of Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinate fell, the powerful ones in the Monster Clan Hall were also looking at the blue phoenix in front of them, waiting for her response. The blue one rolled its eyes and said slowly to Patriarch Wu Gong, all right, I'll also bet all the territory of the Demon Race Hall. After saying that, the blue phoenix looked at Patriarch Earth Python and Patriarch Nine Nether provocatively. When Old Ancestor Earth Python and Old Ancestor Nine Nether saw the blue phoenix's gaze, they were also a little angry. They looked at each other, and then at Patriarch Wu Gong. Then, he walked to his side and took out a complete token. We're the same, all of our territories. Then Patriarch Wu Gong, Patriarch Nine Nether, and Patriarch Earth Python stood side by side. An invisible pressure erupted from their bodies. After both parties placed their bets again, the stone statues in front of them lit up again. Just like before, there was also a wave of gravel shaking in the valley. Then, a huge coliseum appeared in front of them. The entire coliseum was emitting a bloody aura, and there were some flames surrounding it. It's actually the animal arena. Looks like we're in luck. A subordinate of Patriarch Wu Gong looked at the coliseum in front of him and said excitedly, that's right. With the strength of the ancestor and the others, wouldn't they be able to beat the demon race's main hall? When Patriarch Wu Gong heard the voice behind him, a smile appeared on his face again. He said slowly to the bug on his shoulder, Li Wushuang, good job. I'll arrange for a commander when we return. Unlike Patriarch Wu Gong, the people from the Demon Hall were looking at the Colosseum in front of them. Their expressions were not very good. To put it bluntly, this Spirit Beast Arena was a place where one would continuously accept challenges from the other party after standing up. In the end, whoever could stand on top would win. Compared to the strength of both parties, the other party had 3 godly emperors while he only had 1. At this moment, Li Wushuang stood beside the blue Luan with a happy expression on her face. His mission seemed to have been completed quite well. He would have someone to hug when he returned. Seeing the other party's gloomy expression, Patriarch Wu Gong glanced at Patriarch Earth Python. Following that, Patriarch Earth Python also jumped onto the Spirit Beast Arena. Standing on the Colosseum, the aura of a godly emperor on Patriarch Earth Python's body was completely unleashed. At this moment, the experts from the demon race's main hall looked at the Earth Python ancestor in the Colosseum with gloomy expressions. The first battle had to be fought well, or else it would be a huge blow to morale. At this moment, the blue one also intended to walk forward. Beside Li Taibai, The old hen looked at the earth python patriarch in the Colosseum. He also said to Li Taibai, "Kid, I saw him. Catch him back for me to eat." Li Taibai scratched the back of his head after hearing the old hen's words. "Senior Phoenix, do you want to die or live? It's not easy to control the living." The old hen rolled her eyes at Li Taibai. "What do you think?" Seeing the hen's gaze, Li Taibai immediately walked forward. He jumped onto the spirit beast arena before the blue one left. Seeing the hen behind him, Li Taibai heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Phoenix's gaze just now was clearly something that only appeared when she was fighting with Senior Black Tortoise. At this moment, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates watched as Li Taibai jumped onto the spirit beast arena. This guy, how dare he? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he defeated Master Skyart? That's right. The ancestor will teach him how to behave later. Patriarch, kill him. The subordinates of Patriarch Earth Python and Patriarch Wu Gong shouted at the Colosseum. Don't be anxious. Young Master must have a certain degree of confidence when he goes up. We can't lose in terms of momentum. The blue one said slowly, and then began to shout towards the spirit beast arena. Young Master, kill that snake on the other side. When we return, I'll give you the position of Great Elder. Yes, I can give you whatever you want. For a time, all kinds of voices interweaved together, and the god burial mountain range instantly became noisy. Patriarch Wu Gong looked at Li Taibai and smiled. Sure enough, Li Wushuang's bad luck was not just for show. It had brought this mortal along. Although this kid was a little strange when playing chess, he was still a little strange when it came to fighting. The Earth Python could definitely control him. Standing on the Colosseum, the Earth Python Patriarch looked at Li Taibai opposite him. A cold smile appeared on his face as he charged at Li Taibai. If the Patriarch makes a move, this kid will definitely die. It's not about the taste of his blood. I've never drunk Grandmaster's blood. An Earth Python ancestor's subordinate looked at Li Taibai in the Colosseum and revealed an evil smile. Meanwhile, the people in the demon race's main hall held their breaths as they watched the Earth Python Patriarch attack. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the spirit beast arena. Looking at the incoming ground python ancestor, Li Taibai pulled out his sword and was about to attack. No, this snake shouldn't be able to withstand it. Li Taibai dodged to the side and dodged Patriarch Earth Python's attack. Bang! The strike missed, and the ground python ancestor also sent a wave of crushed stones flying on the ground. Good. The Earth Python Patriarch's attack missed, and the experts in the demon hall shouted. Chapter 385. Chapter 385. The Old Ancestor Will Kill Him. 1. Chapter 385. The Old Ancestor Will Kill Him. 1. God World, God Burial Mountain Range. Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates and Patriarch Earth Python's subordinates watched as Patriarch Earth Python's attack missed. A look of astonishment appeared on his face at first, and then one of the Earth Python Patriarch's subordinates said, Forefather definitely doesn't want the battle to be so boring, and wants to slowly torture him. That makes sense. The ancestor must be toying with that mortal. Otherwise, his blood would have been splattered on the spot. In front of them, Patriarch Wu Gong and Patriarch Nine Nether glanced at Li Taibai, who was in the Colosseum. Was this kid even weirder than Li Wushuang? The Earth Python ancestor also saw the anger in Li Taibai's eyes. What did you say just now? Li Taibai looked at the ground python patriarch and continued. That's right. I still have to bring you back to fill Senior Phoenix's stomach. When the Earth Python patriarch heard Li Taibai's words, he burst into laughter. Brat, you think you can do it just because you dodged one attack, right? Let me tell you, you have successfully angered me. Senior Phoenix, go to hell. You will have everything after you die. Following which, the Earth Python Patriarch's quintessential essence also began to churn. Waves of poisonous fog emanated from his body. What's going on? If you're angry, so be it. Why did you poison him? Li Taibai looked at the Earth Python Patriarch and responded. Then, he brandished the sword in his hand and aimed it at Patriarch Earth Python. I don't care. One strike will hit. As soon as Li Taibai finished speaking, a sharp sword light shot into the sky from his body. Bang! The sword light soared into the sky with an invincible might. Then, Li Taibai flew up into the sky and pointed his sword at Patriarch Earth Python below. The sword light flew toward him. How is this possible? This power is no weaker than some sword cultivators. Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates and Patriarch Earth Python's subordinates looked at Li Taibai in the sky and took a few steps back. Didn't they say that he was immortal? How could he have such strength? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. At this moment, the experts in the demi-human hall looked at Li Taibai in shock. The man in front of them held a sword god in his hand. He was like a sword god. The sharpness on his body made them not dare to look at him directly. At this moment, the first elder of the Green Phoenix slowly said to the people behind her, "Let me say this first. In the future, if anyone dares to be disrespectful to young master, see if I don't chop them up." At this moment, the experts from the demon race's main hall nodded in agreement. Who is it? If I see anyone disrespecting young master, I will chop them all up." At the same time, the sword ray directly passed through the poisonous fog and pierced through the body of the Earth Python Patriarch. Impossible. Patriarch Earth Python frantically condensed the quintessential essence in his body in an attempt to resist the sword chi in his body. Since you're so ruthless, then let's die together. A dark green bead flew out from Patriarch Earth Python's body as soon as he finished speaking. Is this a demonic beast inner core? Li Taibai looked at Dan Zi and said slowly. At this moment, the hen's voice rang out in Li Taibai's mind. Kid, I don't want that snake's corpse, just give me that bead. Also hurry up and attack. Otherwise, if that pearl explodes, half of the people here will die. After the old hen's voice fell, the dark green bead in the air also showed signs of exploding. Then Li Taibai waved his hand at the pearl in the air. The bead landed steadily in his hand. A wave of sword light condensed in his hand, suppressing the restlessness in the bead. All of this happened in just a few seconds. At this moment, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates and Patriarch Earth Python's subordinates were somewhat dumbfounded. He looked at the motionless old ancestor Earth Python lying on the Colosseum. Also, Li Taibai had just taken his inner core. An ancestor swallowed his saliva and said in fear, "Not human, not human." The godly emperor, synonymous with invincibility, had actually been killed. For a moment, some of Patriarch Earth Python's subordinates wanted to run back. Everyone come back. It's not over yet. That kid is just a little strange. Patriarch Wu Gong waved his hand, and a gust of wind flew out from his sleeve. It sucked back the subordinates of the Earth Python Patriarch, who wanted to escape. At this moment, old ancestor Nine Nether walked out from the side. What are you panicking for? I think that kid must have some kind of celestial artifact on him. Now it's just a fox using the tiger's might. As soon as he finished speaking, Patriarch Wu Gong jumped into the Colosseum. His gaze continued to sweep across Li Taibai's body, but there was still no aura. If you think that you can rely on a celestial artifact to intimidate others, then I advise you to put away your thoughts. Because I'm going to let your family experience what true terror is. Patriarch Wu Gong looked at Li Taibai and said slowly. At this moment, the subordinates of the old ground python ancestor nodded thoughtfully. Then, he raised his fist and shouted into the Colosseum. Lord Wu Gong, kill that kid and teach him a lesson. Avenge the ancestor. Yes, kill him and avenge the ancestor. After the shouts from Patriarch Earth Python's subordinates, the morale of Patriarch Wu Gong's side soared. At this moment, the first elder of the Green Phoenix also extended her hand and waved at the people behind her. Everyone cheer for young master. We can't let them down. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with cheers. In the Spirit Beast arena, Li Taibai looked at Patriarch Wu Gong across from him, then turned to look at the old hen by the side of the arena. After Phoenix saw Li Taibai, she waved her hand and said nothing. It seems that Senior Phoenix doesn't like this fellow. Li Taibai muttered to himself, and then swung his sword at Patriarch Wu Gong. Yes, he's bluffing. Patriarch Wu Gong looked at Li Taibai's unremarkable sword and snorted. Then the true essence in his body also surged. A pale yellow smoke rose up in the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. This is the ancestors' famous technique, the black-yellow fog sea. That kid will definitely die this time. That's right. The ancestors' move killed a god emperor back then. That kid will definitely die. That's right. You brat who relies on the celestial artifact to act tough. Go to hell. Looking at the power in the sky, Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates slowly said. At this moment, Li Taibai was also looking at Patriarch Wu Gong. What are you pretending for? Let me do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Taibai raised his sword and swung it at Patriarch Wu Gong. Chapter 386, Chapter 386. The Demon Race's Main Hall Expands 1. Chapter 386. The Demon Race's Main Hall Expands 1. Divine Realm, God Burial Mountain Ranges Beast Arena. Li Taibai looked at Patriarch Wu Gong, who was standing opposite him. Sharp sword chi was also gushing out from his head. Bang! The sword light shone brightly and directly broke through Patriarch Wu Gong's black-yellow fog sea. Then, billions of sword rays attacked Patriarch Wu Gong. Impossible. Didn't the ancestor say that the kid used a special immortal artifact just now? How can there be such a terrifying sword intent? It's fine. The ancestor also used his famous ultimate technique. That kid can't withstand it. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Beast Arena, Patriarch Wu Gong was looking at Li Taibai. There was also the oncoming sword light. His eyes were already filled with fear. Impossible. How could the fog sea be penetrated? As soon as Patriarch Wu Gong finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. Faint yellow true essence rose from her body, and a few spiritual weapons appeared in her hands. Instantly, a defensive barrier formed in front of him. While he was using the defensive barrier to block, Patriarch Wu Gong's figure also shot out of the Colosseum. Whoosh! The defensive barrier created by Patriarch Wu Gong only lasted for a few seconds. The defensive shield shattered. The sword beam followed behind Patriarch Wu Gong like a tracking missile. No! Patriarch Wu Gong let out a blood-curdling shriek in midair, as he watched the approaching sword aura. Following that, the sword ray pierced through his body, and his body exploded with a bang. Blood rained down on the Colosseum. Patriarch Wu Gong had died. Looking at the blood rain falling from the sky, everyone present widened their mouths. Patriarch Wu Gong. Patriarch Wu Gong was also dead. He was a monster. Run! Patriarch Wu Gong's subordinates and Patriarch Earth Python's subordinates looked at the blood-red sky. After a while a voice sounded from the crowd. Then everyone fled to the back. At the same time, Old Master Nine Nether looked at Li Taibai with fear in his eyes. You're the peerless swordsman. As he muttered to himself, Old Ancestor Juyo also looked at the blood ram in the sky. His body turned into a huge black bird, and fled out of the God Burial Mountain range. Meanwhile, the experts in the Demon Race Hall looked at Li Taibai in the air, as if they were looking at a god. We won! The experts of the Demon Palace looked at the retreating figures of Old Ancestor Nine Nether, and the others and shouted. At the same time, the few complete tokens landed in front of the Blue Luan. Looking at the few tokens in her hands, the Blue Luan's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Is our demon race's main hall expanding? The first elder of the Blue Phoenix came to the side of the Blue Phoenix, and looked at the token in the Blue Phoenix's hand as he slowly said. As for the experts in the demon hall, they cheered. Looking at Li Taibai, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Li Taibai felt a little embarrassed when he realized that he was being watched by so many people. He scratched his head and jumped up. He went to the old hen's side, and took out the pearl from his interspatial ring. Senior Phoenix, the pearl you wanted. Kid did well. The old hen opened her mouth and swallowed the pearl in one gulp. Then, he burped and said slowly to Li Taibai. Li Taibai looked at the group of people around him, and gave a look to the blue one. Then, the blue one walked over and slowly said to everyone, "Everyone, don't keep surrounding young master. Young master just finished fighting and needs to rest." The experts from the demon race main hall nodded in agreement after hearing what the blue one said. First Elder Blue Phoenix walked over alone and greeted everyone. "Everyone disperse. Young master is going to rest. If you disturb his rest, you'll be in trouble." Then Taizhuang echoed, "Master, since old ancestor Nine Nether and the others have left, we have to go back too. Why don't we let young master rest on the spirit ship?" The green one nodded in agreement when it heard Taizhuang's words. At this moment, the old hen also slowly transmitted her voice to Li Taibai. "Brat, don't forget what your master likes." Although those demonic beasts are nothing in master's eyes, they can still be used as a snack. After being reminded by the old hen, Li Taibai also came to a realization. Following which, he slowly said to the green phoenix and the others, "Why don't we bring those demon beasts back? My master likes them." He saw Li Taibai pointing in the direction of Patriarch Wu Gong. The blue phoenix first elder also understood something. Then he shouted at everyone, "Those Wu Gong underground palaces people are bloodthirsty. Young master wants to bring them back. Everyone hurry up and do it." After first elder green phoenix's voice sounded, countless demon clans main hall's Changzhe flew over. The blue one also bowed to the stone statue of the demon ancestor. She naturally knew what would happen to Patriarch Wu Gong. Soon, with the help of the experts in the demon race Mam Hall, the green phoenix and the others slowly appeared at the periphery of the God Burial Mountain range. The spirit ship they came from was already filled with the corpses of Patriarch Wu Gong and the other demon beasts. Looking at the spirit ship filled with the corpses of the demon beasts in Wu Gong's underground palace, Li Taibai nodded in satisfaction. Then, he walked into the room on the spirit ship. After Green Wan and the others finished packing, they also planned to rush back to the demon race's main hall. Soon after, the entire God Burial Mountain range returned to silence as the Green Phoenix and the other spirit ships left. After the two groups left, Li Wushuang slowly walked out from behind a rock. He clutched his chest and looked in the direction where the spirit ship had left. "Fortunately, I obtained it quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see myself now. No, although Wu Gong is dead, I still have to go back and treasure them. Otherwise, when the demon hall takes over the territory of Wu Gong's underground palace, won't I die?" Li Wushuang made some calculations in her mind, and then she took off and flew toward Wu Gong's underground palace like a streak of light. On the other side, after leaving the God Burial Mountain range, old ancestor Nine Nether also looked in the direction of the God Burial Mountain range with lingering fear. "Ancestor, what should we do now? The token of Abysmal Palace where should we go?" One of the subordinates of old ancestor Juyo looked at him dejectedly. At this moment, old ancestor Nine Nether glanced at him and said coldly, "Don't worry, let's go back to Nine Nether Palace first." As soon as he finished speaking, old ancestor Nine Nether turned around and flew into the distance. "Follow the ancestor." Old ancestor Nine Nether subordinates looked at each other and followed. At this moment, the spirit ships of the Green Phoenix and the others slowly arrived above the demon race's main hall. Chapter 387, Chapter 387. Can I eat senior's feast? _1. Chapter 387. Can I eat senior's feast? _1. Divine Realm, above the demon race's main hall. The blue one controlled the spirit ship and looked down. Then, the blue one said to Li Taibai, "Young master, let's go to that senior's courtyard first. Send this food to senior first." The blue one looked at the corpses of Wu Gong's underground palace in front of her with a strange expression. "Ah, are we going to meet young master's master? I'm so excited. He must be an expert. That's for sure. If young master's go skills are better than that sky art master's, then if young master's master isn't an expert, then what is he?" Right, hurry up and take a look at Senior's appearance. At this moment, Li Taibai heard the whispers of the crowd and slowly said to them, Everyone, it's fine if you want to see my master, but I have something to remind you of. Li Taibai's tone was serious as he spoke. Everyone listened attentively to Li Taibai's words. Then, Li Taibai stood in front of everyone and said slowly, My master is currently playing around in the mortal world, tempering his heart in the mortal world. So, everyone can follow me to see master later, but you have to pay attention to this matter. Don't delay master's cultivation. Hearing Li Taibai's words, the experts in the demon race hall slowly nodded. Young master's strength must have reached an unimaginable level. Now, he needs to temper his heart and experience life in the mortal world. Yes, I've also heard that after some invincible experts reach a certain realm, they like to play in the mortal world. That makes sense. No wonder he can teach such an outstanding disciple. We have to be careful later. When the expert from the demon race main hall said this, everyone nodded their heads. Soon, they arrived outside Xiao Changtian's courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was resting in the courtyard when he heard Cici's handsome voice. Instead, he slowly said to Mo Ba and the others, Go out and welcome them. Tai Bai and the others should be back. After Mo Ba and the others heard Xiao Changtian's words, they also responded to him. All right, senior. Following that, a few monster guards and Mo Ba walked out of the door. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw the experts in the demon race hall carrying a demon beast on their backs. At this moment, a few demon guards also saw the blue Luan. My lord. Upon seeing them, the blue Luan nodded at them. Then, Xiao Changtian saw the demonic beasts on their shoulders. Xiao Changtian was also happy. It seemed that Tai Bai did a good job. Not only did he find the people in the courtyard, but he also brought back so much food. This time, he did not have to worry too much. Then Xiao Changtian slowly said to them, Everyone is back from hunting. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, even though everyone was prepared, they were still stunned. Then Tai Zhuang took the lead and said, Yes, senior. We just met young master and followed him back from hunting. After hearing Tai Zhuang's words, the others also reacted. They all nodded at Xiao Changtian. Yes, senior. We just came back from hunting. After saying that, everyone followed Tai Zhuang and placed the demon beast on his shoulder in the courtyard. Xiao Changtian looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Tai Bai had understood what he said, but he still had to see how the old hen was doing. If he were to die and be eaten by some ferocious beast, wouldn't his path to invincibility be ruined? With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian walked up to Li Taibai. She patted his shoulder and said slowly, Taibai, you did well this time. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Li Taibai smiled embarrassedly and said to Xiao Changtian, No, master taught me well. Seeing Li Taibai's humble look, Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction. Then she slowly said to him, Where's the old hen? Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Li Taibai hurriedly took out the old hen's food from behind him. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The old hen was held in Li Taibai's hand and immediately let out a few grunts. She heard the old hen's grunting and the way her wings were flapping. Xiao Changtian smiled and took it from Li Taibai. It looks like you're still alive and kicking. You're not injured. Xiao Changtian looked at the old hen in his hand, and after confirming that there was no problem, he placed it on the ground. Then Xiao Changtian said to the others, Since everyone's harvest this time is so rich, why don't we make a feast? It's also a reward for everyone. This time, the people in this courtyard had spent a lot of manpower to catch that little bird. He had to give them a big meal as a reward. When the experts in the Demon Clan Hall heard Xiao Changtian's words, they also shouted, Thank you, senior. There were even a few experts from the demon race's main hall gathered together. What do you think of senior's food? Will it allow him to advance several major realms and soar into the sky? Don't tell me. There's really such a possibility. I'm really looking forward to it. While they were discussing, the blue wan's voice sounded in the courtyard. Senior, this is something I bought from the town. Everyone eat it while it's hot. As soon as the blue wan finished speaking, a few demon guards from Nine Nether pulled a few wooden carriages in. These were the orders that the blue wan had given in advance when they were on the spirit ship. He also knew that Xiao Changtian was cultivating his heart in the mortal world, so he sent someone to buy some porridge from the town of mortals. Looking at the steaming cars, Xiao Changtian sighed in his heart. He had originally planned to cook a feast. However, this blue wan was very diligent. She even went to the town to buy porridge. Life wasn't easy for her. It was obvious that they had built these cars themselves. They did not look like they were of good quality. He had come here and had even made others spend money. Walking to the side of the car, Xiao Changtian slowly said to the blue wan, "Sorry for the trouble." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the green phoenix was overwhelmed. Then, he ordered his subordinates to distribute the porridge. Although the things of mortals were not of much significance to them, they were for the sake of their senior's cultivation. Those demon beasts also began to eat. It seemed that senior's feast was ruined. The experts of the demon race's main hall looked at the white rice porridge and thought to themselves. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was also drinking a mouthful of porridge. There was no smell. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian took out a few bottles of seasoning from his interspatial ring. Give this to everyone to add some flavor. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.